Alright guys, BLM here, back. Another live stream. I have nothing set up. But normal stream. It's actually been a long time since last stream. I haven't streamed in 2 days. That's so long. But yeah, just get everything up on my phone here. Also, I do have new internet today, so we'll see how that goes. It should be pretty good. Like, it generally downloads like pretty much the same, but uploads like 10 times faster, if not more. So it's like, we should be good. We'll see. First, I think you're like third, but yeah, Melody's fucked. It seems like it, which is a shame because I think Melody's been really fun on the show. Like, I think she's had, like, a really great, like, last 2 episodes. So, like, yeah, if she ends up going home, it's a bit of a tragedy. But, yeah, it's looking like it. Been influenced in Drew's on your client list? Why? I'm out on Drew. Like, Drew's just hopeless.
I've been wanting to beat up.
Thank you for the resub. 61 months. Bought Game Pass. We'll see how it runs on Fire Stick. Oh, you're gonna play it on Fire Stick? That'll be funny. Yeah, I don't know how that'll go, but good luck. I didn't trade Drew for Lyric now. Yeah, possibly. We'll have to see. Lots of traders say you. I'll be honest, I forgot it even started until this morning. Genuinely had no memory that was starting anytime soon until this morning. It was fine. I'm trying to remember the Dicko is interesting. Like, it's funny that Dicko is actually like a big player. I wasn't expecting that. Outside of that, it's just kind of typical traders. Yeah, Kirby's being sussed. And yeah, it's like Kirby's playing the same way she plays Survivor. Like, she's just doing the same. Yeah, the host is pretty good. I mean, I've seen her in previous things. Like, she was on Amazing Race, and she was the host of Big Brother Australia before, right? Yeah, she's really good. Which version is starting today? What are we talking about? You're at Tom Sandoval's restaurant? What? Okay. Good luck. Your streak save? Oh, that's good. Yeah, I don't know how that works with the, because that one stream died and then came back at like 3:30 in the morning or whatever I did. So I don't know if that was like included as a separate stream or what. Yeah, it's been a very hard week for Haley. Haley, again, it's been brutal. Yeah, because like it's called Tom Tom because like his like partner's also named Tom, right? Giving conclusion, Kirby's generally not a great player. I think Kirby is a very good player for Survivor. I should say very good. Is good, but like has flaws. I think for the traders, I don't think it's an effective strategy. Like, I just think she's way too domineering for something like the traders. Like, it's just way too obvious what she's doing on a show like this. Yeah, Dicko, the host of Australian Celebrity Survivor, is the best strategist, which is kind of insane. Never got a notification that you could save your streak. Like, is it gone then? Is your streak gone? That's a tragedy if it is. Yeah, I saw that JLP's hosting something, which, cool. Good for him. Oh yeah, strategically she's horrible. Like, Kirby's just genuinely awful strategically. I should say genuinely awful, but like, she's very messy. But yeah, she's obviously like very good socially, but again, the fact that she's just so active on a game like the Traders makes it so obvious what she's doing. Who do I want to win HOH? I'll probably settle on Mallory. I don't know. It's kind of a tough spot right now where I don't think anyone's going to do what I want them to do. I don't know. I mean, like, I do want red corner targeted, but also it's like, and like the vets, there's no chance of really getting them out anyway. So it's like, I think either way, it's like, yeah, just target red corner. That'll be fine. I mean, again, it'd be cool if there's like a bigger blow up than that, but yeah, again, there's a lot of people targeting Red Corner. I'll be concerned with that. Yeah, I'm bummed Melody's going home too. To which I have almost no faith in her winning this blockbuster either. So, worse than Dan and Cody. Yeah. I mean, again, I think Dan and I think Cody is like maybe underrated as a trader, and then I think Dan is like, at least he didn't get sussed at the beginning. I don't know Drew versus Lyric right now. Actually, I know D wants to save Drew. I'm not sure where everyone else is at. I know it was brought up last night and shut down, the Lyric part of it, that the Red Corner still wanted to keep Lyric, but I'm not sure where it is today. I did also watch Challenge Cutthroat, which was just very weird. I don't know. I don't even know how I feel about Challenge Cutthroat, if I'm being honest. Like, it's like it felt very like anticlimactic in a way. Yeah, it was like very choppily edited. I feel like there were a lot of sequences that weren't really like, it's weird because like there were certain sequences that were like over explained and other sequences that just weren't explained. And again, it was just jumping all over the place, and like I felt like the Cedric elimination was just so spoiler for whatever. Like the lead up to that was just so underwhelming. Where it felt like they had like no actual meat to the bone outside people just saying, "Hey, we're sus of Cedric because of last time." Yeah, we did get a Nelson Brad fight. That was something. I don't know. I thought Challenge was strange. It's weird that it felt rushed considering. Oh, actually, no. Now I think about it, Challenge is typically an hour and a half now, isn't it? But even then, I actually felt like the first episode felt more rushed than the second episode. Despite the first episode being like the length of a normal episode. What is this video? I know who wins the challenge.
That's it. I've heard enough. You've got to be the biggest fucking douchebag we've ever seen. And we see a lot of douchebags.
So, okay, I've seen a lot of clips of like Melody doing, like, where are these from? Like, where's the one about, like, the one where she's, like, talking to the guy for a whole bunch of stuff and saying that, oh, we can have years of great sex or whatever if you get rid of your stuff or whatever. Like, where's this shit coming from? Yeah, we did see Sydney and Deb. I thought, like, speaking of Deb, I thought Deb was great on the show, shockingly. I thought Deb would be, like, a massive dud. She was really fun TV. She had great confessionals. Riley might be the biggest dud in challenge history, at least up there. Generally wouldn't mind if the entire jury phase is just alumni versus Red Corner. I need Red Corner gone before then. I need someone gone from Red Corner before then. Imagine Chuck wins HOH. That'd be fucking depressing. She was on YouTube dating shows. She has a skit channel. I kind of need the link to that. It's getting evicted. Seemingly Melody. How I feel about Morgan returning? It's cool. Why not? Really looks so different. I didn't recognize her. I mean, like, it's to the, like, I see it and I'm like, that looks like someone that looks like Melody. But I'm like, is that actually Melody or is that just someone that looks like Melody? And I can't really tell. But like, considering just how much it's been spread around, I'm assuming it actually is Melody. What do you think next HOH will be? I know a lot of people are thinking Wall, but I feel like it's early for that, but it could be. I don't know. Like, it's not impossible. But also, like, don't they typically promote... Well, I guess not necessarily. They probably will tomorrow morning, right? If it is the Wall. They'll say, oh, again, tonight there'll be an endurance competition. It won't be Pressure Cooker. I feel like Pressure Cooker, they'll, like, give you a week's heads up, like last time. I think Knockout, could be. I don't know why they're building such a big set for Knockout, though. But could be. I mean, like, Knockout, like, would make sense, right now, timing-wise in the season. But again, it just feels weird that they're, like, being locked in for, like, a couple days for that, but I don't know. Devon's and D flipping this vote felt so recoded. Yes. I mean, it's mostly D, right? It's like D with like a slight backup from Devins, but like Devins doesn't even like really, really want to do it. But yeah, only saving grace of this week has been the not the only saving grace, but yeah. I think it's production influence. I don't, because I don't know why they would influence it that way. Like, if I were to guess, I think production wants Drew to go home. Like, based on the edit of the show, I think they fully want Drew to go home. Like, I don't know why they would, like, they're just dunking on Drew in the edit. They're, like, portraying things inaccurately for the sake of dunking on Drew. It's like, I don't know why they would want Drew to stay here. It just makes the story worse. Like, as you can say, oh, they want D to win, but are they really that invested in D to be like, oh, we got to rig the game right now to save Drew to help D? It's like, I just don't think it's worth it. Like, I don't know. I just think it's very unlikely this is production influence. Just watched the video of Melody in a roast battle. They both lost. Cool. I saw the clip of production getting mad at Drew for, yeah, I know Julie doesn't like it either, right? That she doesn't like, doesn't seem to like Drew doing that stuff. I assume Morgan was always going to host, considering she hosted it last time, but, like, wouldn't be shocked if they brought in Mickey for something else. What if D ran into a question they were asking and she changed her mind? I think that's very possible. But, like, I don't think it's like, I don't know. It's a spot where, like, that just happens all the time more than anything. I don't know. It's not a spot where, like, I don't think it's production intending on doing anything with that. But I could see it being a spot where, like, through her, like, answering questions in the DR, she, like, came to the realization that's like, oh, why am I getting rid of Drew? Because why is she getting rid of Drew? And, like, actually, what's funny is that, like, she wants to keep Drew more than Devins does, when this benefits Devins so much more than it benefits D. Like, it does benefit D. Like, Drew is still, like, pretty blindly loyal to the crossover. So, like, it does benefit D, but it benefits Devins so much more. Where, like, at least there is, like, some logic there. I like, for D, it's like, if you want to, like, separate Devins, like, give Devins less options, like, this isn't a terrible move. Like, this is at least, like, something that there's some merit there for D. For Devins, it's like, there's not that much. I mean, there is just the narrow notion that, like, Drew's a capable player and you want to get rid of the capable players. But, like, it's still not actually a good move. What is this? Hey, thinks viewers will award her next power because of the hard week she's had. Clearly. Who is getting the power, genuinely? I have no clue. Like, I don't even know who do casuals like right now? Like, I feel like the people that have been getting good edits are the Giggle Girls, and then, like, I feel like they probably still like Kamu. And then maybe Drew, yeah. Like, I would lean Mallory, probably, just because, like, Mallory has, like, superfan, like, backing, plus also, like, I would assume a decent amount of casual appeal. But yeah, again, I think it could really be any of them. That's the banana CT argument. I thought it was, like, what does there really say about it? That's fine. I mean, like, it felt like a bit, like, forced. I don't know. Especially considering it's like CT's like fighting back against it when, like, CT ends up being safe anyway. So it's like, okay, well, this is kind of pointless. Would Barrett do if he won HOH? I think he would target red corner. Yeah, it's like, I don't get what CT was, like, so upset over, along with the fact that it didn't even mean anything. So, I don't know. Mallory leads, like, all the polls for it. Yeah. Yeah, I think Mallory definitely is a pretty big option. Like, I think definitely the online community is definitely backing Mallory. It's just a matter of, like, how much, like, casual support she has. Which, like, I could see her have, like, especially now that, again, Devins and Angela and D are out of the way. It's like, I could see Mallory being up there. Obviously, she's, like, won the blockbuster just last week. She's still being portrayed as the underdog. She's the Pipe Queen. So again, I think Mallory is definitely a top contender. The casuals are backing Haley because she had a rough week. That is true. AJ's the only Survivor player of any hope on Traders. I feel like AJ got kind of a shit edit. I mean, like, he's there, but, like, I felt like he had, like, no substance to his edit. I actually don't really have much faith in any of the survivors on Traders AU. Like, obviously, Kirby's already, like, on her way out. AJ, I felt like, got a very, like, shallow start to his story. Henry's, like, barely there. And then, like, Shane's gone. So, yeah. Not a great start there for them. Or how the casuals feel about Lyric. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Because, like, I feel like Lyric's been given, like, a very sympathetic edit. But I'm not sure if people are buying it or not. Because I could see it going either way. Like, I feel like her playing the flirt card, all that sort of stuff, I feel like that probably doesn't work with casuals. But I feel like her sobbing in the DR about how, like, she's trying so hard to pivot and she can't. Like, I feel like that stuff probably works for casuals. So I'm not sure where, like, it ultimately lands. And yeah, she's, like, very prevalent in the show. I believe she has the top confessional count of the people that aren't vets, right? Grandma didn't like Lyric throwing Mallory under the bus. That ironically made her like Haley for a minute. Well, that's something. Yeah, again, that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like there are definitely like some things she does that would turn people off. Because like she is essentially like the next coming of like Nicole Franzel. Like, she's a very like ratty sort of like player that's like willing to throw people under the bus. And it's like, I feel like that doesn't work for casuals, but I feel like the fact that she's this underdog and is like given a big underdog edit does help. We're in for a bad season. I'm not. I don't know. It's like I've accepted that the vets are gonna run this season. I think next week could still be a lot of fun if it's like the red corner gets started, which I think is very likely what's gonna happen next week. Like, it feels like we're set up for the red corner to be targeted next week. Streak's still active. Well, that's good. I do feel for Lyric, his nominations was kind of nonsense. Yes, to a degree. It's like, I get it. Like, okay, from Haley's perspective, I get it, but yeah, it's like, it also, yeah, you probably shouldn't have done that. But also I get it. Like, Lyric is someone that, like, Lyric and Haley don't have much of a relationship. It's like all of the connection to the red corner does come from Chuck and Kamu. So like you pulling in Lyric to the alliance is essentially like pulling in someone that could take Chuck and Kamu from you. So it's like, I don't know why Haley would want that. That being said, like, I do think the fact that she like made a deal for earlier in the week and then went back on that and all that is like, and I also don't know if that's really her motivation, because like, yeah, it's like at the end of the day, I think also part of it is like jealousy, but like, I do think it's a spot where like it's not necessarily a bad move. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's known that there are no returnees on AU Rivals. So that's something. Don't want Haley to stay for much longer. Probably not. I mean, like, I would prefer Kamu to go next week. Haley can go soonish after that. I think they want people to get punishments. Maybe? I don't know. Actually, generally, I don't know what they would want. I mean, I assume they want people to get punishments over getting the, like, the have-not pass. Wow. I think I'm convinced 54 doesn't have returnees either. We wouldn't know yet. So, I don't know. like ask me in like a month or so. But I don't even know if they've 100% made that decision yet at this point. I feel like they want a mixed bag. Yeah. What was this? I did see this. What the fuck are we doing? What is this? Like, generally, what the fuck? Haley hopefully goes before sure. These will position involve our conversation with Devins or Ha. These idiots are playing our game. Yeah. Like I think like D, especially today, was like coming off very like she was like annoyed talking to the camera about like how like people aren't listening to her now about the Lear or Saving Drew thing. Yash is simping for to Mallory for casual appeal. That's clearly what's happening. They're both fun separately, but a very annoying duo. Yeah, I mean, I think that just always happens when they're like running the game and have like no adversity. I'm trying to remember who even got like a good edit on Traders. I feel like Tully got a good edit. Yeah, I don't even remember who else is on the cast at this point. But yeah, I remember Tully got a decent edit. Sick of Devins, yeah. I mean, I'm kind of sick of pretty much everybody but like Mallory, Melody, and Taylor. Like I was jelly running through everyone. I was like, am I stuck with like almost everybody? I guess like I mean like Haley's been fun, but like because she's so bad. Like Haley's like fun TV because she's such a terrible person. I get sick thinking of them trying to make Danielle look as bad as possible. Yeah, but she also was sloppy. But yeah. Yeah, that was a discussion. Fucking Kamu today on the like talking we're all talking about like what's your favorite Big Brother line or whatever. What's the best Big Brother line of all time? And fucking Kamu says, I think you have a prompt or whatever. It's like, what the fuck are we doing? Started liking D again after the vote flip. Kind of just whatever on it. Haley reads as someone that was coddled as a child. Yeah, I think Kaylee feels like the epitome of what's wrong with America. Yeah, I think Haley just sucks. He was called as an adult. That is fair. Also, she works for her stepdad's company, right? That's the thing. Because that like Viking whatever thing that she works on, yeah, it's like her dad's company. Yeah, alternative medicine, thank God. So her favorite part of her job is firing people. Yep, that's Haley for you. It'll be funny if Drew stays and wins the Coin of Destiny next week and can finally make use of all of his dumb statements. I mean, yeah, I mean, he won't use it. Which is what's going to be insane. Is Haley the oldest Cows gets to play? Yes. Sharon BB5 interview? What are we talking about? Oh, Sharon Tharp we're talking about? Oh, yeah. I haven't watched it, but yeah, I did see that. She did an interview with Diane, right? Yeah, generally, I feel fine with Drew going. I would much rather Drew go than Melody at this point. I would actually feel like my ideal might be Lyric. Where I'm starting to lose, like, all faith in Lyric to, like, make a move. Because, like, I was hoping that Lyric would still remain with, like, Melody and Mallory and them. But like, I feel like the more and more I'm watching, the more and more I feel like Melody or Lyric, if she wins like HOH, she's just gonna make like a weird fucking move of like targeting people in the middle. So Lyric can go. I'm kind of fine with that too. Benji Drew flips the coin and just lands on the wrong side. That is an option. Never forget. What is this? Oh, yeah. Yeah. This is such an insane thing. Who the fuck says this? Like, like who even thinks this? Like, who's literally, like, first impressions, like, you know what? Yeah, that's a shit thing about having twins. I'll be scared if one of them was hot, the other one isn't. It's like, what the fuck are we talking about? I did see Lyric call herself a 5-year-old. That's insane. That's very weird. Problems that Melody hasn't talked to Lyric since week 2. Yeah. I mean, Melody in general, like, I think, like, again, as much as I do like Melody, and I would like her to stay, I would like her to win power, it is kind of frustrating to see her kind of, like, not really try that much at this point. Like, she's not really campaigning, and she's kind of just, like staying with her same people. Explains the baby voice, you know. Thoughts on Jessica Graff father thing? Who cares? Good for her or bad for her? I don't know. Like, well, how does she feel about it? I have no clue. I'll never unbookmark that tweet. Remember the last time we saw the HOH get so negative of an edit? Yeah, it's kind of, when was the last time, genuinely? Because, like, the HOH is, like, a weird spot because, like, obviously they're safe for the week. So, like, they don't want to dunk on them just yet. Like, because, like, from a Big Brother perspective, it's like they try to make everyone, like, as likable as possible until the point where they know they're going home, and that's when they can dunk on them. So, like, considering Haley isn't going home, that must mean that they just feel so confident Haley's never winning this season, which is funny. That's in the FAP Alliance. Funny name. Which one's FAP again? It's Mallory's in it, right? Wait, is it Mallory? Wasn't she the one that said FAP? It feels like a Mallory thing to say. This is a Wolf Pack. My favorite lines of all time, clearly. Mallory Barrett, Melody Drew. Yeah, something like that. Because, yeah, I remember... Because I watched it on the Slop. That's when I saw about FAP. Slop was great this week. Especially when they brought in Drew's social media person to be on the Slop. That was funny. What do you think is an actual winning this season? I don't think Kamu. I think Kamu's one of the most likely to go next week. Which, I mean, we'll get to the power ranking in a bit. Like, it's D or Devins. I would, like, it's 1 to 2. Ever had the HOH at the bottom of player ranking? I don't think so. Just because, like, I usually just have the person going home lower. I think Chuck is 3. I think he's that high? I don't know, maybe. Generally don't know where he's at. Hope Yashin Lyric continues if she survives this week. I mean, I think that's, like, kind of the only, like, somewhat hope there is for Lyric. I was in the RHAP Reality TV Kingdom podcast. Oh, wait, which are we talking about? The crossover one they did for the traders, or are we talking about, like, something else? If we're talking about that was a lot of fun. If we're talking about, like, a different one, then yeah, I haven't. Yeah, I do think there's a lot of upside for Chuck, genuinely. The problem is I do think the Red Corner as a whole is going to be nominated, and he can kind of go up by accident, or he can kind of go home by accident, but yeah. I think Chuck definitely has some upside. Drew saying he put up Haley Lala Taylor with a lyric renom is actually insane. Yeah, that's what you expect from Drew, though. Actually, why is he not nominating Chuck? Like, wasn't he going to nominate Chuck? Like, Kamu, I understand why you're not nominating Kamu. Will I be streaming tomorrow? Maybe. Likely. I will say if I do stream tomorrow, it will probably be very late. And by very late, I mean, like, like, around 1 p.m. Or 1 a.m. Which is why I streamed last time anyway. So it's like, it'll be the same as what I did on Monday. But yeah, if I do stream tomorrow, it'll be pretty late. But yeah, it depends on like how long this final phase is going to take, which by the way, it is prepared. Okay. So yeah, we're going to make the final list now. I have all these fucking different versions of the list. These are the 3 we made on stream. This is an aggregate of all of them. And then this is a more like stat-based ranking, which is fucked. And I'm not really going to use it that much. But there were some like minor adjustments I made on this that I wanted to take from it. But this one's fucked. Number 1's Boston Rob. Number 2 is Denise Stapley. That shows how fucked it is. But again, there were some adjustments at the bottom I wanted to make, so we'll look at that a little bit. I finished the last phase last stream. I stayed up till like, what, 5 o'clock in the morning or something doing it? But yeah. Like on Monday. Just want to see someone cuss out production. I mean, I'm still not, like, officially done, though. We'll be done soon, though. Again, obviously, I say this all the fucking time, and it never works out, but I do genuinely believe this will not take that long. Like, I genuinely believe this will be done within a week, for sure. We'll see. I did also officially start working on my year in gaming video today. And by work on it, I mean, like, edit the first minute and then was too tired to fucking continue. So then I just didn't. But I'll be working on that over the next few days, probably. Will I stream the wall fit? Maybe. Yeah, I mean, if it's on feed, or if it's on, well, yeah, if it's on feeds and stuff, maybe. So you don't think that? I do think that, but I could be wrong. I mean, either way, this will be a quicker process than last phase. Like, undeniably, because at this point, I refuse to even talk about individual people. We're going to be talking about tiers, and that's about it. I am not fucking bothering to talk about the nuances of fucking Chicken versus Nina Porsche. Couldn't be fucking bothered. And I say that, yeah, I probably still will. But I have a fairly good idea of what I'm doing with people like that, though. Especially with the statistical analysis part here, which I think is going to be very helpful for the early boots in particular. Like, once we get to the later boots, it's not that helpful because it becomes a fucking mess. I mean, fucking, was it? Ken McNichol is the 14th best player of all time on this list, so that's a bit of an issue. But the bottom of the list, it works well for, especially the pre-mergers, so that's something. Amy Carson in the top 10? No, probably not. Top 30, maybe? We'll see. Yeah, World Cup was like done. It wasn't like 10 minutes, was it? It was probably like 30 or maybe like 20 or something. I don't know. Like, it was obviously short, but it wasn't 10 minutes. It was definitely longer than 10 minutes. But most of the stream was like waiting for it to start and then like talking after it ended, though. I mean, so okay, to talk about what the statistical list is, it's taking voting record. It's taking how many tribals you went on a season, adding that with the times that you voted in the majority across your season, along with adding points for how many allies you had, adding points for what was it? For finalists, adding points for like 2 points for winners. And it's like there's like some random like stuff I added points for. It's a bit fucked. Again, I'm not gonna bother like really using it for the top people, because like it really just ends up benefiting people that went to a billion fucking tribals on their seasons. But again, I think it's more useful for the earlier boots. I added 0 points for Aubrey, clearly. And also, it's a seasonal, like it's based on their best season is also something. So like with returning players, it's based on their like best season. Plus also I give them points if they made the merge on their return. On their okay. If so, like with Boston Rob's someone that like he's number one because like on Redemption Island he went to like 13 tribals, voted correctly 13 times. He's won, so he gets an extra 2 points for that. He's also a finalist, so he gets another point for that. He also gets points for every time he made the merge outside of the season that I'm counting as like part of the analysis. So he also gets a point for All-Stars. Is that it? That is it, isn't it? But either way, oh no, he gets a point for Marquesas also because he technically made a merge on that. Because I decided merge instead of jury. Either way, yeah, again, that's kind of the system. It's a fuck system. It's a shit system. But again, it's more helpful for earlier boots when like they don't come back, and also a lot of these are kind of based around like very minute details of like what happened in their games, like how many tribals they went to, how many allies they had, the circumstances around their eliminations. It's like again, I think it is pretty helpful for the earlier boots in terms of like organizing them. Post the list we did last stream as a troll. I could. Yeah. Rizzo gets negative 2 points for 49 and 50. He should. He should get negative 50 points. Sophie B's. Oh no, is Sophie B high? Actually, that was also an issue. Actually, it's heavily biased towards the old era. This list, because again, it's number of times you went to tribal, number of times you went to the majority. You voted in the majority. Which the problem with that is with New Era, they obviously go to less tribals. There's less pre-merge tribals. There's also post-merge. There's a lot of like double tribals and that sort of thing. So that lessens the amount of tribals they go to. Along with the fact that also there's no Final Four vote anymore. So that's one less tribal to count. So like it's heavily biased against New Era is also a thing towards the top of the list. Again, at the bottom it doesn't matter because it's just the first few tribals they go to. But like at the top of the list, it's like I actually want to see like who's the top New Era person. Obviously, New Era, like, they started in New Era. It's Joe Hunter. And he's, like, number 37 on this list. And, yeah, again, like, fucking Albert is insanely high. Lauren O'Connell's insanely high. Mick Trimming is number 20. So, again, the list is fucked. But, it's fine. It won't matter. Yeah, we'll be using these lists more. I'm really more so just these two, the two lists that we went through. Because, like, really what I want to get out of this is kind of like a mixture of the two lists that we just did. I feel like that's probably the more, like, fair, like, or the more, like, appropriate thing in terms of, like, what I'm trying to go for. I thought about that, of, yeah, like, making it a percentage-based thing. But then I also feel like that, I don't know, it probably would have been better. But I did also want to boot, because, like, okay, so, like, because the problem with that, I think it's a spot where, like, it's good for the people that make it deep. It's not good for the people that don't make it deep. Because really, again, like, the main like priority for this list was kind of like parse out the people at the bottom. And I think it helped with that, like seeing like, okay, this person had 1 vote with them, this person had an ally, this person like got voted out of a small tribe, this person was voted out for being weak, and like it's like those like kind of minute things were things I wanted to get out of this, where because that's like I think it's because like obviously if you only go to 1 tribal or like 2 tribals, you're not going to get much out of that like percentage. Or like obviously if you like for the people higher up, yeah, you get more out of that, but it's like, where do I make that break off point? And also again, it doesn't really actually matter because I don't really need it anyway. April Fool's video is the list we did last time. I'm like, how many, like, I'm not actually gonna make, like, do I just like re-edit the, like, do I just like make the same video but then just like edit people around? I don't know, that's way too much work. But I don't know, I could do something with that list though. Mother Vive on track for top 50. She's on the border. What, Matt Williams on the new list? I think the problem with New Era is that's not even that skill based anymore. Like, so much of it is luck nowadays. That's like, and like obviously there's always been luck involved, but there's like even more luck involved in New Era, to where like it feels worse to even put that much more credence into it. I actually think Matt Williams is lower on this list, isn't he, than he is on the real list? Maybe. What is he? He's at 638. I think that's lower than what he is on the real list. Because, yeah, because he only goes to 1 tribal, doesn't vote in the majority, didn't have anyone vote with him. Like, he gets an extra boost for being swap screwed, but, like, yeah, it's like, yeah, this is not a good list for Matt Williams. Post a teaser. I think I'll post... I was thinking of posting the thumbnail once I'm done. That was something I was going to do. That's his karma for dissing Sandra. Facts. Yeah, this list is so fucked. How dare Matt Williams not make the top 600? Sandra's literally the Matt Williams of Game Changers. Isn't like MC more of the Matt Williams? Or isn't like MC more of the Sandra, I mean? Can I make a list by putting a random list generator? I think it'd be fun to see what that, like, what comes out of that. Would all of Drew, Melody, Lyric be above the first 3 boots? I think Drew and Lyric will. Melody, probably, but I don't feel like it's like definitive. But I would lean like a slight yes over Rome. I mean, she just survive over Rome. I'm so sorry in the title. Yeah, that'll be kind of funny. The thing is, they don't even know who I'm talking about. That point, is it Dan Foley? Is it Dan Spilo? Which one? Top 4 most screwed over players in 49. MCs, Jason, Steven, Matt. Generally, like, Matt's probably more screwed than Steven. Was that list just, like, did you, actually, I mean, Jake also is higher than that. Did you make that list just so I could praise Matt Williams? Just so I could say, hey, Matt is at least better than Steven, or, like, more screwed than Steven. But no, Steven was definitely, like, screwed, but I would say, like, he wasn't, like, directly screwed, though. Steven's screwed by the fact that MC is his #1 ally and gets taken out at the, like, by the split tribal of it all. And, like, after his entire game goes, like, downhill because he lost MC as a number, and, like, if it wasn't for that, he probably would have still had the votes for at least that round, where MC goes, and, again, who knows what happens at that point. 14 episodes. Are they still doing a reunion and everything for this? One episode final is good, though. But yeah, I generally don't really care that much about Challenge 42. It's fine. Like, it's passable, but yeah, the edit seems pretty fucked. But yeah. All right. I think we'll get around to starting to player rank or the power ranking. Considering it's right past midnight. So cool. Let's not hit my phone. Unless it was so bad they couldn't air it. Maybe they had to re-edit it like a billion times. Maybe that's why it's so choppy. Anyway. All right, power ranking after the Wednesday episode, Big Brother 28, week 4. I guess we're starting off with Haley because I guess that's what we're doing. Starting off with the HOH. Haley, number 1. Haley is the best player of all time. And by that, I mean she sucks. Though, it's actually kind of a weird spot of Haley where, like, I actually feel like Haley, like, there kind of is this, like, grouping of Big Brother players that are, like, so bad at almost everything about Big Brother, but at least have, like, a basic grasp of strategy, to where they're at least able to do the obvious, in a spot where, like, other players just don't do it for some reason. Like, the fact that she was able to, like, again, like, actually get information through her conversations, the fact that she was able to, like, make deals for safety for the following week, it's like, that's something. Like, like, generally, we've seen so many HOHs in the last, like, couple seasons that don't do that. So, like, in terms of that, like, Haley at least did something well. The problem is that outside that, she sucks. People hate her still. They say Haley had a top 2 HOH this season. Maybe. Like, in terms of, like, where she started and when she's... I mean, I still think she's coming out of this in a worse position than what she was coming in. Where I think before this HOH, yeah, people didn't like her, but no one looked at it as a threat. I feel like now people are starting to look at her as more of a threat, even though, like, I think Kamu is something that's also becoming more of a threat, which might help her out. But yeah, I mean, like, it's not, like, an awful HOH from a gameplay perspective. Even though just the nature of her having this HOH is definitely, like, increasing her threat level. The problem with it is just that she sucks, and people hate her, and she's not helping that in any, like, significant way. She is making deals, and based on the way that Mallory was talking about, it seems like Mallory intends on keeping that deal. For Haley in particular. Like, Haley's also, like, a very, like... Yeah, you could debate, like, the intentions behind the move she's making, because I do think, like, there's definitely a lot of, like, personal stuff involved with that, like her just not liking Melody, her being, like, kind of jealous of Lyric, but like, she's still, like, it's still not, like, actually, like, that bad of a move for her, like, personally. Like, it's because it's a spot where, like, yes, Kamu and Chuck want Lyric around, and she's, like, potentially pissing them off, but it's also, like I still don't think Lyric's, like, a particularly good number for her in particular, and yeah, I think she's still, like, coming out of this HOH, like, not... she's actually, like, generally, she's probably not even the biggest target of her side anymore. Even though she is, like, the Red Corner as a whole is being targeted. To where, yeah, Haley is going to be pretty low by the end. I have no faith in her to win this season. I think she is a pretty big goat. And, like, I actually, to be fair, maybe there could be some, like, begrudging respect by the end. If she somehow gets to the end for, like, a Chuck. Like, considering we literally saw in this episode Drew talking about how, like, Haley's controlling Chuck. It's like, maybe there's a world where they begrudgingly at the end be like, I guess we have to just give it. We have to give it to her. Like, in the words of the great Jeremy Collins. But, yeah, I would not expect that. And I think she's still bad. Kamu. I actually do have to generally think about this. I'll give him 1. And that's largely based on the fact that I think Kamu's way more likely to win this game than Haley. That being said, Kamu is in so much danger moving forward. I mean, the fact that like D is seemingly out on Kamu at this point, is talking about targeting Kamu, talks about him as like the best player, like outside of her core group. It's like, I think Kamu's pretty fucked for the long term. It's like, yeah, maybe he'll survive another round or two, but I don't really see him making it too far. And again, if the red corner does end up being nominated next week, if Kamu remains on the block by the end, I do think Kamu would end up going home. That being said, Kamu still does have these individual relationships here and there that could potentially keep him safe. He hasn't really been managing them that well recently, like his relationship with like Taylor, his relationship with Drew. But again, it still could come back up and could lead to him being safe from the block for like at least like a week or two, to where I think he's in a lot of danger if he ends up on the block, but there's at least more of a chance he doesn't end up on the block than Haley. I feel like Haley's more likely to end up on the block next week than Kamu, though I think Kamu is way more likely to be targeted by the end of next week. But again, if Kamu survives that, Kamu's still one of the most likely winners if he gets to the end. It's just a pretty brutal path at this point, and I would not expect him to make it, and I hope he doesn't make it. But yeah, I think he can still viably win, so I'll put him above Haley, even though I think he's in a pretty bad spot. Yeah. Then we got Latrice. I'm gonna go 1. And all right, so this is I did listen to Corey and Morgan's live stream from earlier today of them doing their ranking. And I saw Corey had like Lala like second to last or something. And I get it, but also I do think just the notion that Lala's going to be here for a long time and can still like make it to the end is still good enough to be better than like some of these people that have like no actual path. Or like, I don't know, like a big thing he brought up was like, I can't envision a world where Lala wins at the end. It's like, did you see a world where Josh won at the end? Like, I think with the final 2 in particular, it's like anybody can win. Like, theoretically, it's like, again, especially from this point in the season, it's like, you just have to have like with Big Brother in particular, it's like, we've already seen so many bitter juries. That's like, again, Lala at the end against like a Haley somehow. Like, maybe Haley takes Lala at the end as a goat and then loses the Lala. It's like, it's possible. It's not like completely impossible Lala can win a jury vote. People don't like outright like hate her with like a passion. It's like, yeah, some people are annoyed by her and like don't like her cooking and stuff like that. But like, again, it's not like Lala. I don't think Lala is completely dead. And I think considering the fact that she is so safe for the short term, and again, she's going to be nominated. Like, she's going to go on the block very likely next week, if not for weeks to come. Like, she is the perpetual pawn of the season. Or I'm expecting her to be one, but she could still stumble her way to the end and be against someone that's just hated and end up winning that way. It's not impossible. We've seen it before. I think Lala is someone that, like, yeah, she is one of the least likely winners of the season, but just the fact that she's going to be there for a long time, I think, is enough to put her 1 above Kamu and Haley, who are being more targeted. I mean, generally, like, if Lala wins power, that's actually kind of bad for her. Like, I think that becomes the worst version of Lala if Lala actually starts winning competitions. Because then, because again, right now, genuinely, the only way I actually see Lala winning this game is if she's dragged to the end as a GOAT, only for her to not be a GOAT. Because I think there's that, like, Angela sort of thing of, like, is Lala really winning those, like, final few comps to get to the end? I don't think that's particularly likely. It's like, yeah, she might win some comps here and there, like Angela did in 26. But, like, I would not have faith in Lala to, like, really, like, win the endgame comps that she needs to. So instead, she kind of needs to be looked at as a GOAT and then not be actually a GOAT by the end. To where, like, I think her winning competitions takes that away. To where, like, I actually think that's worse. I mean, I think Angela would just beat Lala at this point, right? You were dragged. Yeah, I have Lala 1. Lyric. So, okay, at the time of this recording, I am still not 100% sure what happens in the Lyric Drew situation. As of right now, the vote has seemingly flipped off of Drew against Melody. though still not 100% on what happens between him and Lyric. I know D was talking about wanting to keep Drew no matter what earlier today. I don't know if Red Corner's on board. I generally don't know who would go of those two. But of the people so far, I still think I'll go Haley, or I'll go Lyric below Haley. Because again, I think she's still someone that could viably go home tomorrow. I talked about this earlier in the stream. I don't think production got to D because I don't think production wants Drew to stay. It's like, again, could she have like realized something while in the DR that like made her change her mind about things? Yes, but I definitely don't think this is production saying, "Hey, taking out Drew's a bad move." Because like I think if anything, production wants Drew gone. Like by the way they're editing him, they're portraying him as like he sunk his own ship, which is like not even really what happened. Like they're editing him worse than what the reality is, and like this is the type of edit you give to somebody on their way out. Like I think they fully expect Drew to go home. And I think they're actually probably more annoyed at the fact that the vote is flipping now because they already put all this setup into like sinking Drew. So again, I don't think that's what happened here. Yeah, generally Charlie Davis saved Drew. Riz God saved Drew. Riz God being so bad saved Drew. So good for Drew. But yeah, we'll get to that when we get to Drew. Yeah, I think Lyric still very viably going home. She has potential as a player. Though I'll be honest, I've been kind of more annoyed with Lyric more recently. I just like I get it. Like obviously it's a very self-preservation based game. But I also feel like it's a very short-sighted game. Like I feel like she's just so willing to throw her own allies under the bus. In a way that's just so like detrimental to her for the long term. Like I just do not feel like the way that Lyric's actually like how like openly she throws like Mallory under the bus. Like it just leads to her being like at the bottom of her own pecking order. Towards like even if she wants to remain loyal to the Giggly Girls at this point, it's like I don't even think they want to go to the end with her. I just feel like it's good for good theoretically for self-preservation. Technically, it's what got her on the block also. But it's like it's good theoretically for self-preservation. But like I just think it's very short-sighted how she's playing the game at this point. But either way, that's why her and Melody are besties. They're not even anymore though. That's also part of the fucking problem is that like her and Melody aren't even that close anymore. Like Melody fucking hates Lyric now. Anyway, Mallory. Well, she's my pipe queen, so number one. What do I do with Mallory? I think I do go one. I don't know. Mallory still is a pretty big target. I don't think she's I don't know. She's still one of the bigger targets for next week if like Red Corner wins, right? Yeah, she probably will get power. Like that's definitely very viable. I also feel like she's definitely a very viable winner if she gets to the end. Again, how is she going to get to the end? I don't know. But yeah, I think I do go one here. Again, it's a spot where, yeah, Latrice has more short-term safety. I think Mallory has more long-term prospects. And I also do just genuinely believe that the Red Corner is going to be targeted next week. And again, obviously we could get a Chuck HOH, we could get a Kamu HOH and be fucking depressing, but I would lean towards most roads going for a Red Corner. At least Red Corner being targeted. I guess again, there's definitely people that won't nominate all of Red Corner. Like again, Kamu has some individual connections. There's even some talk about like putting up what was it? It was it Lala Taylor Haley? Was that what it was? But even then, Mallory's not being nominated in that spot. To where, again, I think Mallory is still, like, not in as much immediate danger as she was earlier in the week. For, like, the following week. Along with the fact that I do think her side's going to at least win this upcoming battle. Hopefully. So there's number one. Melody. Sadly, she's last. As of right now, it looks like Melody's going home tomorrow if she doesn't win Blockbuster, which I would not bet on her to win Blockbuster. Which I do think is a shame because I really like Melody on the show at this point. like Melody, some of that I've liked on the feeds. Like, she's been fine, but I think on the show she's really, really hit her stride in these last couple episodes with the anti Haley of it all. And like it really feels very reminiscent of like old school Big Brother, to where again I've loved Melody on the show, but she's pretty down to water, and like it's not even like generally it is self-earned. Like she just has not really been doing much work this week. She's I actually don't even remember. Melody does know that Drew was meant to be the target, right? I believe she knows that. So like obviously that's playing a factor into things, but even then she's just not really doing enough outside of her like core group. She's spending way too much time with like Drew and like Mallory, and it's like, again, like I just wish she had a bit more gumption here. It's like I love the fact that she is this like underdog figure that would make a move if she won power, but it really just feels like she's not doing like the legwork necessary to do more than just that, of like just making one move and then that's it. And even then, she's not even good at competitions to even be able to win the competitions to make that move either. So, again, I would like Melody to say she's someone that, like, if she wins HOH, like, that'd be insane. That'd be very fun. And again, she's just a fun personality, but her gameplay definitely leaves a lot to be desired. So, and she's probably going home, so she's last. Drew spent like 15 minutes crying over Melody leaving. Yeah. Production will make the Blockbuster hosting a game show. They should. I'd like to see it. Yeah. Rick Devens. This shouldn't even be a debate at this point, right? Okay, not 11. Like, of the people so far, it's like, yeah, this is, it's looking pretty rough if you're not happy about a steamroll. Which, again, I don't think this would be a steamroll in the sense of a BB16 steamroll where, like, it's just the bomb squad or detonators or whatever running the show. I don't think it's going to be that, but this is going to be a D and Devin show the entire season. Like, it really feels like we're poised for that. I really just don't see them going out at any time. Definitely before Jury, even then, like, even before Endgame. Like, it feels really like I just don't know where it comes from at this point, considering like just no one's looking at them somehow. Like, we're at the point where they've diverted all the attention away from them onto Red Corner. They also have these powers, which obviously D's not particularly powerful, but Devins is. Also, the fact that Devins and D seemingly are locked in with each other, where, like, I know obviously a lot of people, like, questioned out the BB bribe of it all and, like, D not telling Devins, but she confirmed it this episode that, yeah, she still wants to go to the end of Devins, which is what I was expecting anyway. That's how she plays Survivor. But, yeah, I mean, again, like, it seems like they're both pretty locked in with going to the end to go to the end together. They just have so much social capital in this game. They have powers. They just really have everything. So yeah, well, again, we'll talk about the nuances between Devins and D later, but in terms of this, it's like definitive Devins is number one of the people so far. Taylor, Taylor, White Locust. Yeah, I mean, imagine White Locust does come back and it screws over like Devins or D. That'd be actually kind of funny. Sad. Does Andrew stop looking at Taylor as a threat? I think she's more preoccupied with Yash right now, but I would assume that would come back pretty soon after that. She's loyal to her allies and undercuts them at the end. Yeah, which again I think is a very like that is the way you. I think that is the optimal way of. I should say optimal way of playing the game. I think the optimal way of playing the game is to have that set up as your backup. Like, obviously, the optimal way would be, like, if you're Derek to, like, cut Cody and take Victoria and then have a, like, steamroll against Victoria. But, like, also you have to set it up so that you also beat Cody. Which I think that's at least something that D understands. Where we obviously saw that a lot in Survivor 45. That's really, like, the main strengths of her game on that season, is the fact that she was able to maintain loyalty within her group, but then also undercut them along the way, to where, yeah, I think she's just doing the same thing here. Yeah, where are we at, Taylor? Taylor, I think, is a lesser Mallory right now. I think she's someone that definitely has a lot of potential. I do think she's a bit more out in front than Mallory right now. At least she's being more talked about as a nominee. I do think Taylor's actually possibly a better player. And like Taylor's someone that also like, because like I do think that what Taylor's doing is intentional. However, I am worried it's getting a bit too like Mimi-esque in the fact that it's still like it's intentional strategy, but it's like not particularly like active. And like there are points where she's active, and it's nice to see that here and there. But it's not really active enough. Like ideally, I would like to see her being involved in more. And I know this is something that I believe Taryn mentioned recently that I agree with, is I do think it's a major issue for Taylor that she's being looked at as a duo with Lala. Like I think that is a major issue for her, because I think the fact that she is being looked at as a duo of Lala means that they're likely going to be nominated together, and if they're on the block against each other at the end, they're voting out Taylor over Lala. To where, and again, there seemingly is more talk about putting up like Taylor as a pawn with Lala than there is about Mallory. And obviously like Mallory, I think, is looked at as more of a like comp threat, and that plays a factor into that. To where like if Mallory ends up on the block at the end, I would not be shocked if Mallory goes home more, like even more so than Taylor. Where like I think Taylor's someone that like she goes home against Lala. Does she go home against many other people? Maybe not. Where I feel like if it's like Lyric and Taylor, it's like, does Lyric go home? Maybe, but I don't think it's as definitive as like Lyric and Mallory, where I feel like Mallory would go home there. So I do think Taylor's like a bit less of a threat than Mallory, but I have less faith in her like short-term prospects. Taylor could make herself less expendable than Lala. Yeah, actually, too fair. That's actually a thing that could favor. Like, Taylor could also do the Ashley of like Ashley and Will last season, where like that was obviously like one of Ashley's better moves at the final 8 of last season, when like her and Will were on the block, and she was able to like campaign that I'm a more useful ally in the game than Will. So it's like, yeah, Will's less of a threat and you can beat Will, but like I can help you more in the game. And maybe Taylor can make that argument, and maybe that could be the thing that saves her. But still, I still would worry if she's on the block against Lala. Especially in this house. Like I feel like this house with like Devins and D, I feel like they're definitely like headhunting. And yeah, they don't really have any intent. Like it's like different in the BB27 situation where like Morgan and Vince had like the judges, even though that was fake, but like Morgan thought it was real. But with this season, it's like, do D and Devins really have any like long-term investment in Taylor? It's like I'm not sure. So I don't think Taylor's not active enough. I agree. I think Taylor is active at the right points, but I wish she was a bit more like I wish there was more structure around her. I think it's probably the better way to phrase it. It's like, yes, she put in work to like create that Tether alliance. She like built a bond with like Kamu and whatnot, but like it doesn't go anywhere. Like it's just a thing that like she has in her back pocket, but it doesn't feel like it's not anyone's like number one priority. Anyway, what am I doing with Taylor? I'll go above Latrice. I think she's a more viable winner than Latrice, even though she definitely is in danger next week. But no, I think it's a spot where like she's with Mallory. I think she's a spot below Mallory. Judges were fake? I can't believe it. And they were very real, clearly. Was Rachel the highest in the power ranking last year? I don't think so. Or was she? Yeah, I did not have Rachel particularly high for a lot of the season. Highest average is Zach, but that's obviously because he's gone early. Actually, Ava is the highest outside of that. That's kind of insane. But yeah. Rachel's just like barely above Ashley. Like both of them like were pretty low for a lot of the season. Yeah, Ava definitely benefits on a list like this. Because like she was pretty safe for a lot of it and like wasn't drawing dead win equity wise, so like it kind of kept her high, even though like it's not like she was like the top contender at many points. Anyway, Yosh. Yosh, I do think is in a. I don't think Yosh is in as good of a spot as he was last stream. Where last stream it really felt like he was probably one of the best positions outside of the icons. I feel like that position is definitely lessening. I feel like Angela definitely has been going more all in on this like anti-Yosh sentiment. It feels like D has kind of gotten on board with that more recently. I don't feel like Yosh is the immediate target for D though. Like I feel like again like someone like a Kamu is probably someone she has more eyes for right now. But I do think Yosh is someone that's probably going to be in danger. In the near future. That was after the premiere episode. Like, I drew 17 there. So that was like, after all we got of Drew is Melody talking about how annoying he is. Will Yosh be nommed with Kamu? I don't know. Like, maybe? I don't know. It's like, who's... Like, how many people are putting up Kamu to begin with that aren't just going to do the entire red corner? I think Yosh, like, maybe there's a world where, like, Yosh is, like, a replacement. But, I don't know, like, Mallory? What would Mallory do? Mallory would probably do, what, Chuck, Kamu, Yosh, maybe? So, yeah, maybe. Because, again, it seems like she's intending on keeping the deal with Haley. Actually, didn't she talk about nominating Latrice? Wasn't that a thing? Yeah, I should remember that. Which is like, what are we doing? Which, again, that's my pipe queen. But also, what are we doing? But yeah, Yosh, I don't think is in the greatest long-term position. Though I don't think, like, unless Angela wins HOH next week, I don't think he's in immediate danger. But I think he's starting to become the new Drew. Like, I think he's starting to become this person that's, like, being seen as the person in the middle and that both sides don't particularly trust. To where I feel like they'll catch up with him by, like, probably within the next couple weeks. But, again, I don't think he's being targeted right away, so... I'll go above Lala for sure. I actually... It's like, position-wise, he's in a better position than Taylor, but I actually do have more faith in Taylor. But he is in a better position. I mean, generally, he probably still is number 2. Even though I think his position's a lot worse. Like, it's kind of a similar spot to... Yeah, again, it's similar to Drew here. Where, like, he was in the middle. He had a lot of, like, inroads. But it could crumble very easily, and it did. Like, it feels like that's kind of the spot we are with Yosh right now. And I am expecting it to crumble, but still, Yosh is only in a good position on accident, like how Drew's being saved. The thing is, like, he hasn't even really been, like, maintaining his relationship with Drew that much, right? But I would say Drew staying definitely benefits him, right? Like, that's obviously, like, another target in front of him. Like now the real Drew is still there, so they don't have to target the other Drew in Yosh, so yeah, good for Yosh for benefiting on something he had nothing to do with. Angela. I think this is just a definitive number 2, right? And like we can just skip to the end. I think Angela probably is just number 3. I don't know. Actually, no. Yeah, actually, I think there's maybe some debate. Angela number 2 though. Below Devins, above everyone else. Again, we're in a spot now where, like, it really feels like the icons are just going to be running the season. That being said, I do feel like Angela's just very clearly the third. Like it really feels like Angela's becoming a lot less, like I feel for someone like Devins in particular, I feel like Devins is becoming a lot less, like, what's the right term? Like he doesn't trust Angela as much, and it doesn't really feel like she's like a major priority for him. I don't think he'll target her, and like, again, I wouldn't be shocked if they still drag her to 3, but like, I don't feel like Devins really cares that much about Angela at this point. And it's gotten away besides this week. Pretty much, yeah. Again, Angela has demonstrated a lot of influence. Was that influence what she should have been doing? Debatable. Again, getting rid of Rome is definitely good. I mean, technically, did she want Jason to go? She wanted him nominated. Did she ultimately want him to go? But anyway, Drew thing is still weird, but whatever. I think D would side with Devins over Angela. Yeah, 100%. Does Angela flip on them in the end game? Probably, but like, will it matter? I think is the issue. Like, I'm just expecting D and Devins to just like run all the competitions in the end game. To like, I don't even know if it'll matter for Angela to flip on them. Of course, these sides of the man. Is that actually? I don't think that's ever actually been the case. Has it? Like, this is literally like the first time. I mean, I don't know. Like, even on I'm trying to remember the challenge. Like, what happened on the challenge? But outside of that, it's like again, she never turned on Julie or Austin. And then on 50, it's like she turned on Jonathan, kind of, even though she wanted back in with him. But then when she turned on Charlie, never turned on like Camilla or Tiffany. So I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, again, I know that about D. I'm talking about gameplay wise. Like, where was she in the game of that? Like, I know she was with like Jeremy and who else? Sydney, like those sort of people. But I don't remember like who she like side, like who like when push came to shove, like who she actually side with. Anyway. Yeah, again, I think Angela's very safe. She's like pretty much a lock for endgame. It's just a question, can she make it to the Telltale End, and can she win? I think she can. Yeah, to clarify that, I think she can win if she gets to the end. I don't think she can win against D or Devins. I think she definitely loses to Devins. I think D is like, I don't know if the $1 million thing with D might play a factor into things. But yeah, it's like, I would say she probably struggles against those two. Outside of that, I think Angela would have a decent amount of win equity. Like, unless obviously like people sour on her as the season goes on. Like, you never know with Angela. But as of right now, I think most people really like Angela and would be willing to give her the win. So good on Angela for that. So again, I think there's a lot of like winner prospects. And I think she's at least gonna make the end game. Yeah, Devin did say that. I don't know if he would, by like push comes to shove, is he really going to? I don't know, but he did say that at least. Anyway, Barrett. Barrett is either 2 or 3. Barrett's in this weird spot where like he is 100% benefiting this week from something so out of his control. Yeah, he's literally done nothing. He is the beta and submissive of the season. He is the person that Rome was begging for. But it's kind of working out for him right now. Kinda. Like he's in this spot where like Drew being saved here is really good for him. Like obviously Drew going, he was like, obviously I've been moving down on him the last few power rankings, and that was largely because like Drew is going. That was a really close ally for him, also a shield for him. Now Drew's potentially staying. I guess like it's not even 100% against Lyric, but like again, it's probably happening because again, is Mallory really winning Blockbuster? But yeah, again, that greatly benefits his position. Still has Drew there. Is like starting to get closer with the other side. Is kind of more locked in on like anti-red corner, which is probably what he needs to do at this point. Still seemingly has the trust of like D. Like he's kind of back in the position he was like at this point. To where like Barrett's kind of back on the rise to a degree. To where, yeah, I think it's a debate between him and Angela. I think it's very close, actually. I'll go below. I think I will go below. And the reason for that is Angela's someone that I just have so much more faith in to make it to the end, like towards the end. And especially now that like Haley and Angela have like a deal going, it's like if Haley takes Angela to the end, like Angela wins that. What's his win equity? I don't think it's impossible he wins, but it's obviously like I think he would probably lose against like an Angela. He'd lose against a D. If he somehow gets there, Drew probably beats him. Kamu probably beats him. Lyrics kind of like I feel like they're probably on the same level. Mallory probably beats him. Rick definitely beats him. I think Taylor's also kind of on a similar level. Probably beats Yash, but again, I think he's like a middle of the road jury threat. He's like someone that I think like against like a Chuck he probably wins, against a Haley he probably wins, against a Yash. As of right now, he probably wins. Against a Melody, he probably wins, but that's not happening. And again, there's other situations where like it's probably close, but yeah, he's largely just high just because like he's not being he's just isn't really talked about anymore as like a person to nominate. And with Drew staying, which I do think is the most likely outcome tomorrow, I do think more than likely Melody is going home. And yeah, actually to be fair, I think with like especially now that we're doing later juries, I think it's a bit tougher to predict, especially by this point, how the jury's going to vote, because obviously there's less people on the jury. It leads to like less groupthink. I think, yeah, it's like the structure of the jury means so much more with a smaller jury to where, again, generally like, Lala can still win. So, does Rick have a losing scenario? I don't think so. Generally, I think if Rick gets to the final two, I think he just wins. Like, I would be pretty mind blown if he doesn't. But never know. Maybe he could become the next Paul. How do you pronounce that? Furniturette? Isn't like Barature better? I don't know. Either way. Patient waiting for Devins to get power and blow up his game. And then it won't matter because he has a Diamond Power veto and has D and Angela still backing. But yeah. Chuck. I generally don't know what to do with Chuck because like I think Chuck is actually kind of on the upswing. Like Chuck is in this spot now where I do think he is just outwardly the lesser threat of the red corner, which obviously he always was, but there was definitely a point where people were talking about like Chuck's just so expendable that we can take out Chuck. I don't think that's really the mindset anymore. Like generally it does seem like Kamu's just this big threat that people have to take out. Haley's someone that people just don't like and is also someone that's like winning competitions. Chuck is just there. So it's like Chuck is definitely someone that like, yeah, I think he's on the upswing in terms of his like position. Like if he ends up being nominated, and he's not like actually that because like obviously the joke is that like Chuck doesn't do anything, and like again, from a more macro perspective, does he do anything? No. Because like none of the things he does actually matters, like but like he's not actually like a player that's literally doing nothing. Like he's trying to do things, it's just that no one ever does any of those things. But it's like if we get to a spot where like towards the end game where like he's still there and like picks up on the fact that okay, I need to target D and Devins and like somehow gets them out, it's like Chuck becomes a very viable winner at that point. Like I don't think it's impossible for him to win a jury vote. Especially again with a smaller jury, it's like he could get the votes of like a Taylor and a Lala, who I know he's become closer to. Any Red Corner member there, he at least can viably get their votes. Especially like a Haley. I think Haley's someone that will just outwardly vote for him. Again, I don't think he's drawing dead. And I do think he's safer than what he was last week. That being said, again, I do think Red Corner is headed for a fall, and I do think he's probably one of the most likely people to be nominated next week. Because I think there definitely are some people that don't want to nominate Camus. And there are some people that Haley made a deal with that makes him not want to nominate Haley. But Chuck is someone that doesn't really have anything going for him in terms of that. So I generally don't know where to put. So he's below Barrett. I think he's like for sure below Barrett. Who's Chuck nominate? Drew. I think he targets Drew next week. And that's the thing. Like he also was someone that like was trying to still keep the vote on Drew. It's just that no one listened to him. So like you can argue from like a strategic perspective, Chuck. Actually, is there an argument that Chuck is now the Camus? Like is Chuck Camus in like weeks 1 and 2? Like I actually feel like I think the potential's there. Like I don't think Chuck's playing like inoptimally. Is that a term? It's like I think he's at least trying to do things that are better for him. And again, he's like picking up like random allies. It's like again, it's not as solid as Camus was, but I think he is on the upswing. Chuck's diary rooms are very fucking awkward. Yeah, again, I think Camus had more. I'm saying that is Chuck in the position to become the new Camus. Again, like he is the safest of the Red Corner at this point. Yeah, I really don't know where to put him. So like, okay, like in terms of like people, he's definitely above. He's definitely above Melody. He's definitely above Lyric. He's definitely above Haley. He's definitely above Camus. I think that's like pretty definitive. Lala? I think Lala has longer term safety. Chuck has more winner potential. I think I'll go Lala above. I generally don't think Chuck's the target next week anymore. Then I think Taylor and Mallory, I think we're going to keep together. And it's a matter of is he above or below both of them. I think he's above. Generally, I think he's above. Because, like, in the grand scheme of things, if the Red Corner wins HOH next week, who are they targeting? They're probably targeting Mallory or Lala. If most people in the house win HOH next week, who are they targeting? Not Chuck. Like, I don't know who's targeting Chuck next week. It's like, yeah, Chuck could be in danger by accident, but, like, no one's targeting Chuck next week. People are targeting, like, Mallory and Taylor. I think there's even an argument he's above Yash. Generally, I think he's fucking I think there's an argument he's above Yash too. Again, at least Angela's targeting Yash. Like, I don't think anyone's actually targeting Chuck. And yeah, Chuck will be nominated. That's what I'm saying. Like, Chuck will be nominated, but I don't think anyone's targeting him. Don't just say he preferred Drew to stay over Lyric. I mean, he should. Again, it's just like Chuck's not in danger. Like Chuck is in danger. Chuck is not being targeted. And again, that says something for this version of the house. Again, this is a house where like a lot of people are being fucking targeted. And I think Chuck is someone that I can see turning it around more than Lala. Like Lala, I have no hope in winning endgame competitions. Chuck is someone that is the type of person that does win endgame competitions. I'm going to go 5. I'm going to go 5 for Chuck. I think Yash is still in a spot where, like, it's only Angela. But I do feel like for Mallory and Taylor, I think they have more longer-term problems than Chuck. And I do think Chuck can turn it around by the end. Like Cam, yeah. I mean, like, again, if Cam won competitions at the end, like, Chuck has already won a competition. He almost won the veto today, right? Also, so it's like, I think Chuck's probably better at comps than Cam is. I don't know. Ideal blockbuster outcome, probably Melody wins and then Lyric goes home. Did Cam play optimally? I mean, Cam wanted to go down to Chelsea, so like, but yeah, I do think Cam is an underrated player in the grand scheme of things. I think we'll actually, let's save D for last because I think that's the most interesting one. Drew, I think I'll go 12. Okay, he's staying over Melody at this point, so I think he's above Melody. Him and Lyric, there's a chance he stays over Lyric at this point. Again, it seems like Devins and D want us to keep him over Lyric. That's good. However, I do still have more long-term faith in Lyric. I just think Lyric's just a better player, and Lyric's someone that has more of her, like, has more of more awareness of what's going on in the game right now than Drew, where Drew's just so aloof to what's going on. That's generally what's saving him this week. Like, he's literally being saved just because he's so unaware of what's happening, to where, like, D just realized that, okay, he's so delusional that we might as well keep him because he won't be going after us. I already talked about production. I don't think that's what happened. But yeah, I think Drew's someone here that, like, I still feel pretty bad about him long term. I think very likely he's just gone in the next couple weeks anyway. Like, I think at best this is like a 2 to 3 week extension here, but he probably is staying, I guess. Good for him. He did watch a bunch of Athanamail videos. Good for Athanamail. Getting more views. He's just Ian. Kind of, but Ian wasn't in as bad of a spot as Drew is now. Like, at this point in the season. Yeah, I think they definitely like Lyric and Melody more than Drew. Yeah, 100%. I feel like the edit is set up that they want Drew to go home this week. They expected Drew to go home this week. That's why they're dunking on Drew so much in the edit and not giving him. They're trying to make him look worse than what he actually is. Because again, like, a lot of the complaints about Drew are more so just his lack of awareness. But, like, the show is trying to dunk on him as in, like, oh, everything he does is bad. They're trying to, like, they're showing, like, flashbacks of things, of, like, his conversation with Devins that, like, don't matter, but they're trying to make it seem like it matters. Like, oh, see how dumb Drew is for saying this thing? Dude, that was so insane in this episode. Like, the one line from Devins where he's like, we can't trust Drew because Drew will blow up the tool shed. And I need to keep the tool shed together because that's what is keeping me safe in this game. It's like, so, okay. So, like, from Devins, it's like, so you want to take out Drew to keep the tool shed together when Drew is part of the fucking tool shed? Like, what do you mean? It's insane. I generally don't understand like what the edit is doing. It's so stupid. Either way. All right. D versus Devins. I think I might have a controversial take here because I feel like every single place I see has D number 1, but I feel pretty good about this. I have D number 2. And I generally have no qualms with it. Do I have more faith in D as a player than Devins? Yes. But genuinely, I do think Devins is just, I think there's a lot of factors here. It's like, one, he has a Diamond Power veto, so that's still in play. Also, I think he has more social capital in the game than D. Like, he is the person that has more of the individual connections in the game than D. Along the fact that also, if he gets to the end, I think Devins just beats everybody. Along with the fact that also I feel like Devins is so much more primed to win endgame competitions than D. Like, D is someone that obviously gets looked at as such a big comp threat, but the reality is that I don't think D's actually that good at anything outside of endurance competitions. Like, D is not good at, like, mental competitions, even in terms of, like, the, like, things like BB Comics. Like, I feel like Devins is definitely gonna win competitions like that over D. Like, I just have, like, I think D is a better player. I think D is someone that is, again, even though I definitely disagree with a lot of things that D does as well, I do think she's being very sloppy in how she's managing Lyric and whatnot. Again, she has some sloppiness there, but Devins is worse in terms of, like, how, again, Devins targeting Drew this week was insane to begin with. Again, there's a lot of dumb shit that Devins does, obviously. Like, his week 2 was horrible. Like, I have so much less faith in Devins as a player. But Devins is still primed to win this season right now. Like, it feels like everything is headed in Devins' direction, and he could fuck it up. Like, I would not be shocked if he fucks it up. But even if he fucks it up, I think D will still be by it, because, like, I do genuinely believe that D and Devins want to go to the end of each other, and knowing the type of players that they are, I don't think they're turning on that. They both are these, like, very loyal players. Like, yes, they're willing to do these, like, deceptive things, but they ultimately are still loyal to their allies. And again, D is someone that, again, does very good work at undercutting her allies, and I think that's definitely something she will be doing as we get later in the game, is, again, trying to undercut Devon's jury chances, and maybe it'll be effective, and maybe she'll win that. But I do feel like at this point, Devin just beats everyone in the jury vote. He has more connections than D. He has a power. I think everything's, and I think he'll win endgame competitions more than D. So I think Devins is by far the front runner for me, but again, it could change for sure. I think his week 2 was horrible because him targeting Rome was fucking stupid. That was still bad. And he came out of that week being like one of the biggest targets, and only gets saved by the fact that Kamu wins HOH. He was like one of the people that wasn't going to target him. Where's Larkin rank? Number 1. Right with Rachel Riley. Yeah, the Larkin thing's fun. That was a potential stream title. With Devins gets Vanessa. I don't think he will by D. He could by Angela. Like, Angela definitely will take D to the end over Devins, right? Which, to be fair, is her optimal play anyway. But then again, is Angela winning part 1 or part 2 of the final HOH? Like, that's not particularly likely. Against D and Devins. We should show Haley some grace. She's had a tough 2 weeks. I did. Again, like, she's not below the nominees. Good for her. But anyway. Yeah, but again, that was such a luck-based situation. Like, she literally needed Vince to have a complete meltdown for her to have a chance at winning that. So it's like, are D and Devins gonna have a meltdown? Maybe, but probably not. Like, I wouldn't expect it. If anything, Andrew's the one that would have a meltdown. But again, I guess it's not impossible. But yeah. Is just anyone going? Last I've seen, I think it's just Melody going if she doesn't win Blockbuster, which I don't think she will. But anyway. Alright, that's again, power ranking wise, Angela's the same, Barrett goes up, Chuck goes up, D's the same. Drew went up, technically. Haley's the same. Kamu went down. Again, feeling a lot worse about Kamu. Latrice and Mallory switched somehow. Should that switch back? Maybe I should switch that back, actually. Should I put Latrice above Mallory and Taylor? Because I guess the logic last time was the opposite of what I did this time. Because, like, I don't think Latrice's position has really changed. Like, to Mallory's is probably, like, slightly up. Taylor's probably slightly down. But, I don't know. Yeah, I'll keep it. It doesn't really matter that much. Lyric's the same, though I think she's actually in a worse spot. Mallory went up. Melody went down because she's probably going home. Devin is the same. Taylor's the same, even though she's probably down. And Yash is down, even though... Generally, I feel like Yash, like... It feels like a bigger drop than this. I actually do generally feel like him and Chuck could be switched, but whatever. Anyway, that's power ranking for I was gonna say for the week, but no, for the day. That's what I'm gonna say. Cool. What a great ending to a video. Where's Morgott on the ranking? What ranking are we talking about? Like ranking of every player? Or are we talking about ranking of this season? I mean, she's obviously number 0. She actually, would that put her above everyone or below if she's 0? I guess it's like, again, because I guess it's technically above, but I don't know. Yeah, I do think Lala would be carried as a GOAT. It's just a matter of who should get carried as a GOAT by. Angela should bring Lala. Like, Angela, like, again, Angela bring Lala to the final 3 would be pretty good for her. Give her the best chance at winning final HOH at least. Who do you think production's favorites this season? Lyric, Melody. I mean, let's see. Not Barrett, not Chuck. Drew, I think they're fine with, but I think they're like ready for him to go home. I think they like the TV they're getting out of Haley. I think they like Kamu. Not Lala. I think they like Lyric, Mallory, Melody. I think they're fine with Taylor. And then I don't think they like Yash, but they did include the segment of him with Lyric. So, I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, they clearly love Jason and Rome. So, and I think they're kind of whatever on Ashley. Taylor got a good edit, but she was always going to get a good edit this episode. But yeah, she got a really good episode, though. 20 makes me realize we took 27 for granted. I don't know. I thought 27 was good at the time. I had fun with it. What was the week 4 blockbuster that Riley won? What did Riley win? It was a physical one, wasn't it? Generally, what did Riley win? Oh, Table Maze. Yeah, okay, that was a Table Maze. I have 27.5, I think. Yeah, it was the one that Jimmy, that I remember now. It was like Jimmy, like, went for the one at the end. Was it that he went for the, he like did a strategy that was different than the rest and it failed. I remember it was the thing with Jimmy. Because we were all like banking on the Jimmy, like Jimmy being saved and maybe caused it to be an interesting vote. Even though Riley probably would have gone home anyway. I mean, 27 by the end was very low, especially because of the White Locust of it all. I don't even know why early season was like 26 had better audience scores than 27, which I find weird. I have 27 over 20, personally. 20, again, the end of 20 sucks. Like, the back third of 20 is brutal. Like, 27 is just a consistently strong ride the entire time. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, 27 felt like it was almost, like, it was going to be, like, yeah, it felt like it was almost at a spot where it was going to get bad, especially, like, early game, there was a lot of, like, worry about, okay, is Zach going to dominate? Is Riley going to dominate? And then, thankfully, we just never got that. Brett Double's fine. Like, it's very just mid. It's all right. It would have been better as a full week than a double. JC winning Final Four HOH was solid. Was it? I don't know. It's fine. Cool. Good for him. Generally, the entire season doesn't matter. Like, the end of the season doesn't matter. It's like Tyler's getting to the end. It's just a matter of who's you want to get to the end with, and he wants to get into Casey, so the season's over. People thought Vince and Zach were about to be Derek and Cody. Yeah. Shockingly, I don't love Casey. I can't believe it, right? Imagine JC won the season, actually. B27 week 2 and 9 are probably 2 lowest points of the season. Yeah. Like week 2 is just like, eh. It's kind of frustrating at the end too, with like them all voting out Amy, which seemed dumb. And then week 9 was the Will week, right? White Locust and Will eviction. I feel like week 4 was also kind of bad, like the Jimmy boot. Like, it felt bad at the time. I don't think it's actually bad in retrospect, but felt bad at the time. It just felt, like, depressing that, like, we got this entire, like, Mickey using her power just to, like, target Jimmy. But, again, I think it's fun in retrospect, though. Like, Vince is returning, like, ever? Yes. Like, we're talking about, like, for a comp or something this season? Also, probably yes. Why'd Casey win? She won competitions. Did you see Tyler winning endgame competitions? Did you see Tyler beating Fessy in the veto that sent him home? I think production loved Vince, yeah. They should let Vince host the wall. They should let Vince host everything. It's better now than it turned out to be Ashley and Rachel picked off next. Yeah. Yeah, again, I think that's the thing. That's the big thing of the season, is that it always felt like we were like about to get a boring week, and then we just never actually got that boring of a week. And then obviously the White Locust happens, and it's just fucked, but still. Actually, generally, probably the Mickey eviction week is also one of the lesser weeks. Just because it was, like, very obvious that Mickey goes home. If she doesn't win Blockbuster. But also, within that week, there was still, like, the entire, like, Vince, Keanu stuff. That was fun. Oh, there was also Morgan. Actually, wait, wasn't that also the week that Morgan almost didn't use the veto on herself? Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, okay, yeah. So that was fun, too. So, yeah, never mind. But we did learn that Vince was a fucking bitch that week, so thank God. And with that, I obviously have to find my folder of BB27 clips. Where is it? Oh, there. There we go.
I'm a fucking bitch.
Generally, Vince, like, would I be crazy to say Vince is my favorite character in Big Brother history? Actually, Taryn's version of Vince might be my favorite character in Big Brother history. Like, I generally have this stuck in my head at points. Like,
it's you win either way. Denied me second place. Just give me second place. I deserve it. Give it to me.
Give it to me.
Give it to me, Morgan. I deserve second place. You know 75,000. It's nothing.
I did do a top 10 character, didn't I? I did it before 27, though, right?
No. No. It's not that. It's
like, I actually generally think Vince, like, Vince would at least be in the conversation for number 1 if I were to do it right. Like, he would definitely be number 1 one-time character. And, like, I might actually have him as the best.
Safe. Please. Please, 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 please. I'll say please 100 more times, please.
Generally, this makes the season. But, like, whenever I think about BB27, I should think about the Taryn impersonations. I can't believe this is a thing, too. That, like, this was a thing. Oh, why is the audio so low on this? Whatever. Obviously, it would have been better if it was an AI, but still. Vince over Brittany Haynes right now for me? Yes. You have 26 in your top 32? I don't know. My opinion, 26 goes down over time. Oh, I didn't realize I had this. How long is this?
As long as I know I got a warrior next to me, brother, I can't be fucking sitting here trying to fight for someone who's gonna continually screw me over.
Any of this shit. And
I'm not saying you're intentionally doing it. I get it. You're growing from this experience just like the rest of us. I get it. But Vinny, you have to grow, man. You have to grow.
Yeah, Vinny, you have to grow. This is so getting claimed, by the way, but that's fine. It doesn't matter. I'm not making money off this anyway. 3, 10, 17 are your favorite. I don't know. 17 just never did much for me. But I get why people like it.
No, I did not. Did not.
She comes.
No, I did not. No, I did not.
Yeah, people hate 17 at the time. I hated 17 at the time. I don't know if I hate it. I didn't, like, it was mid. 17 just China. Kinda, yeah. Is Keanu top tier character? Is Keanu a top tier character? I don't know if top tier. Like, he's a good character. Speaking of Keanu, I found it so funny watching him on the challenge. I'm like, this is the same guy. And like, obviously, Keanu's still, like, obviously Keanu's just gonna be the same person, but also it's like, I think I would have expected like a little bit of growth, but like, watching him play the challenge, I'm like, he's doing the same thing he did on Big Brother. Like, he's just doing the same thing. It'll be funny to see him play Big Brother again. Like, I think he'll probably just play the same game again. No, not Temper's a lie, but like, he's like just so like, he's just like so openly being like strategic. I don't know. It's like he's making like these like he's like fighting so hard to keep like Annalie safe, and it's like or Annalie, whatever her name is. No, he actually is working with women, but that's because he was friends with them before the season. So at least there's that. Yeah, Keanu and Angela should be on a season together. But yeah, it was very like Devin Shepard-esque though. No, he's not out yet. Sad that top 3 of BB27 all hate each other. What's funny is that like Vince and Ashley are the most cordial. Team BB not looking good. Yeah. And I mentioned this earlier in stream, but like I generally believe this, that like, is Riley the worst casting choice in like challenge history? And I like Riley. Like I have nothing against her as a person or anything. Like she seems like a very nice person. But it's like, why is she on the challenge? Like she just feels like such a mismatch for the show. Like yeah, I guess Tommy's also a thing. And like, again, I thought Riley would be a good pick coming into it. Like she's like athletic. She again got into a showmance on Big Brother. It's like you would think she would kind of fit into the challenge, but then, like seeing her on there, I'm like, she just seems so out of place. No, not Riley BB27. Riley BB25. Yeah, Kirsten would have been better for sure. Nothing really. I mean, she just got eliminated and like didn't do much and was just like crying like half the time. She just doesn't really like. It's funny when like all these people are like arguing left and right, and she like the only thing she really does is just like cry when she gets like nominated. Oh, Jen. I mean, but at least Jen is like dumb and funny. Like at least that's the thing. Like Deb on this season. Like Deb, is she gonna do well in the challenges, the grand scheme of things? No, but at least she's funny and confessional. Like I feel like Jen is at least like an airhead, and like, again, you at least get those sort of moments. Like Riley isn't even that. Like Riley's not even like dumb enough. Like Riley's just like a normal person. Howard and Nolan's, they just weren't even on the show. Letty's great, TV. Cedric do not great. And again, that was part of the criticism of the season so far too. Is that, like, the Cedric elimination just felt so nothing. Enzo's on a challenge. Yeah, but at least Enzo actually did well at points. Like, Enzo at least won, like, 2 eliminations or whatever. Or more than that, maybe. I don't know. He won a lot, right? Didn't he win, like... Yeah, he won, like, 2 or 3, right? Like, he beat David. He beat David Alexander. That's something. He beat Leo, right? Is that someone he beat? No. Esteban Rankin, I don't know, not like super high. Like, I would maybe like top 50. I don't know, top 30 for women. Oh yeah, he beat Leon Hall Brawl. That's what it is. Thank God we got the iconic Hall Brawl of Enzo versus Leo. I think the Joseph eviction's probably better in the moment. Well, actually, no. How do I phrase this? I think the television moment of the Joseph eviction is better. I think the Riley eviction for the season is better. So, like, the Riley eviction, like, feels like this big turning point for BB27 that, like, blows up the entire season, and it was so satisfying at the time, especially because, like, Riley sucks. Where, like, I think if you just watch the eviction on its own, I think the Joseph eviction's, like, a better moment. But it means less. Shane or Judas eviction? Shane. I mean, that's not cheating. Corey just sucks. Yeah, Corey sucks. And, like, I've never, like, Corey's, like, someone that, like, I like his challenge story. I've never liked him as a person, and I feel like this kind of just further emphasizes that. Yeah, he just seems like kind of a shitty person. But, I don't know. He's okay on the show, I guess, as a television character. On the Riley post show, we're talking about Riley BB27 or BB25. Is Corey ever going to win? No. Hello, Jack. Do you want to return for Big Brother? Very well. He'll probably just win every comp, so it won't matter. Yeah, Riley, 27. Like, wasn't he hanging out with, like, Rachel Riley and Zach recently? And, like, Brendan? That was a thing, right? What Heisem say about Vince? I don't know. I know Heisem said a lot of stuff about people. I know, like, Quinn hates Heisem, right? Because of, like, what Heisem said about Quinn during his season. Facts. Actually, yeah, generally the challenge is probably getting canceled, so that's probably even more reason why Corey will never win. I don't know, actually, if Heisem still does them. Doesn't Heisem do a podcast with, like, Big D? That's a thing, right? Oh, yeah, that's what it was at. Yeah, Zach's baseball game, right? Yeah, the Outhouse. Is that what it's called? It's like Heisem, Jimmy, Big D, and someone else? Who's the other one? I don't remember. Oh, wait, I'm dumb. Wait, yeah, duh. I forgot about that. How did I forget about this? Is literally in my video. I generally forgot about this. It literally, it was on screen like a second ago too. I forgot about that.
No, he is not a psychopath.
He's not a psychopath. It's fine.
He is a he is a dude though that struggles with saying no. A dude that struggles with maintaining firm boundaries and gravitates towards really opinionated people. He is also a very sensitive person, and so I would just ask that as he's navigating.
Whatever. He's just D now. I guess so. Yeah, oh yeah, Tommy BB21. He's beefing with Derek. Oh yeah, I forgot about that actually. Jimmy and Big D don't let Tommy or Heisem talk. Makes sense. That's what I would expect from Big D in particular. And Jimmy. Actually, yeah, both. Yeah, it is weird. Like, it is fucking weird Heisem does this. Like, it is just like I get it considering his, like, profession and all that. But it is still weird to just, like, make a video about psychoanalyzing a guy on a reality show. I don't know. Vince needs a muscle mommy. That's what he needs. Vince would be one of Rome's submissives, 1 billion %. Biggest locks for Traders All-Stars. Boston Rob, Dylan Efron, Rob Roush, probably Carolyn. Maybe Parvati? Phaedra. I mean, I don't think Suri's one of the biggest locks. Like, I love Suri. Do they love Suri? Like, I don't think they like season 1 that much. Where it's like maybe Suri, maybe Rachel Riley. But I think they have other priorities. And it's like, I would expect Suri to be on an All-Star cast. Like, if they made an All-Star, I would expect Suri to be there. But, like, there's definitely other bigger priorities than Suri. Yeah, Danielle. The reason I would be hesitant on Danielle is because, like, Alan couldn't even remember Danielle's name. Which is worrying. Like, obviously, obviously Alan's not, like, production. But, again, it's not a great sign. Yeah, Tom Sandoval is definitely an option. That's fucking depressing. What the fuck? Amazing 39 as a contestant born in 2007. Dude, that's insane. There are lost for All-Stars 3. I don't know if there are any. Depends on the timing of it. Like, are we saying if it was like next season, then there's a lot? Like, if we're saying that like it's like season like 32 or something, I don't think anyone's a lock. Is Kirby cooked? Yes, probably. Rob C just they have 3 Robs. Actually, it would be very funny if Rob isn't. I'm like, Rob won't be on anyway, but like it's funny that like he's gonna be overshadowed by like by Boston Rob and Rob Roush. No, production was not happy with BB22. Feels as Haley now. I am older than Haley, so that's what's really depressing. Again, that's how you know you're old, is when you're older than Haley. Yeah, I'm 51, clearly. Who goes in Drew and Lyric? I don't know. Generally don't know. Phaedra, Ayan. Would they go Ayan? I don't know if they would go Ayan. Lisa definitely makes sense. Phaedra, Candace, I think those would definitely make sense. I'm younger than Kamu. Thank God. I think the only players this season that are older than me are what? Angela, Lala, Devins, Kamu. And is that it? Like, I'm older than D. Who else is there on this season that's like... Yeah, generally, I think that might be it. Younger than Lala is definitely accomplishment. Yeah. Would Rook be the oldest winner? No, I don't believe. I think Evil Dick was like 45, right? Rick is like 43. Would Joe Hunter do the trade? I think Joe Hunter would do anything if asked. Do they want him? Is the bigger question. Again, that's why Joe Hunter should have been on Big Brother. They really missed the opportunity there. You're doing Big Brother Sporacles the other day? Well, there we go. Yeah, it's a 44. Would Joe change his game for the traders? No, right? Actually, if anything, the traders like actually plays into his. Actually, Joe is definitely getting murdered, right? I've not watched Nation's Dumbest. Yeah, Joe is definitely getting murdered if he's on traders. The production like Kelly on BB27. I don't think they loved her. I think they were like fine with her though. Like I would say she's like middle of the road. Melody Blockbuster would be pretty sick nasty. Joe having the same edit as Steven on the traders. Which Steven? I don't remember. Which one's Steven on the traders? Oh, Steven from UK4. Fuck me, dude. Wait, Steven from... Wait, season 4 of US? I generally don't remember. Who the fuck was Steven on US? I know. I remember Steven UK. I don't remember Steven U. Who the fuck is Steven from US? Or not UK, US 4. I'll be honest. This is never happening. My review of season 4. I have no memory of this season at this point. I also have Robert Roush winning and Rob C getting screwed. Oh, fucking Stephen Coletti. That was a person on the traders. Yep. I mean, he was barely on the show, wasn't he? I generally feel like you could have named any other person on this cast and I would have remembered them. I think maybe not Caroline. Yeah, literally everyone else. I think you could have named them and I would remember them. You picked the one person. I'm like, who the fuck is this person? Yeah, he was sick. Wasn't he sick at the beginning, I thought? And that's why he was on the show that much. And then he like became not as sick in like the middle. Taryn and Johnny were robbed? Sure. Candace was great, yeah. Candace was great on the season. They need to cast hot people who aren't boring. That's what you should do for all reality television. Better player, Steven or Bam? Bam. Bam did nothing wrong. Steven clearly did because he got banished. I definitely remember that vote. That crazy 5-2 vote. That was my favorite vote of the season. I did not remember the Ron vote being that close. Yeah, I know. It literally was like 7 months ago. Less than 7 months ago. Which is very funny. Again, that's just kind of where I'm at with reality television at this point. Like it doesn't really... Like, the stuff that I don't do videos on doesn't really stick with me that much anymore. Like, I still remember Survivor 50 very well. Almost as if I made a 7-hour video on it. I obviously still have good memory of BB28. Even like AE Redemption, I don't remember like that well anymore. Like obviously I remember like specific like things, but it's like I remember in general that's good, but like I definitely couldn't do a video on it right now. Speaking of which, I do still like, and being again, I don't know if it'll ever happen, but like I do genuinely still intend on making a Redemption video. I am waiting for Will Neff to watch it though. That's what I'm gonna do with that. Is whenever Will Neff watches it, I'll rewatch it and then I'll do the video after that. It does. I was gonna do the same thing for Tar 38. It seems like Lacey Lauren's not gonna watch Tar 38 though. She's gonna stop at 36, which is kind of annoying, but I might still rewatch it. Because like I still do want to do a season ranking. What was it? I want to do a season ranking after 40. So maybe when we're close to 40. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. No one cares, right? Like generally, no one cares about fucking Tar at this point. But still, was this? We talked about this earlier. This is insane. Like, what the fuck are we doing? Entire cast of Challenge 41? No fucking way. I couldn't even tell you the entire cast of Challenge 42. Also, I forgot Cassidy was on this season. Like, she was barely on the show. Like, I like by the end of episode 2, I'm like, wait, where the fuck did Cassidy go? Imagine Lacey Lauren watches all Big Brother. I actually, oh yeah, I forgot about this. Lacey Lauren's gonna watch the challenge next. We'll see how that goes. I have a feeling it won't go well. This was insane. Yeah, this is an insane confessional from Haley. The entire like competition was just like the way Haley was acting through all of it was just pretty insane. They can name a single team on Tar 38. I mean, Jack and Jazz. I think you can name the entire 38 cast. Yeah, Jack and Jazz, Taylor Kyland, Joseph Adam, Izzy and Paige, Tucker and Eric. Who got 5th? Tucker and Eric got 6th, right? 5th. Oh, Chelsea and Jack. Is that her dad's name? Yeah, 38 was the Big Brother season. That's the only. Maybe name 37. Couldn't tell you. Like I know Jonathan and Anna. I know Carson and Jack. Outside that, yeah, couldn't tell you. Oh, Han and Holden. Laced Up Lauren started 35, but she's taking a break now to play Pokepia. What the fuck that game's called? The Pokemon like game. But yeah, she's like, I think like 3 episodes into 35. Because yeah, the oh my god, what are their names? The Asian couple, the likable Asian couple that got eliminated 3rd. Like they're not eliminated yet. We consider this week of Big Brother to be good. I consider it to be pretty like. I think it's actually been a good television product. Feeds and stuff, I would say it's pretty bad to mid. Yeah, Pokopia, whatever it is. I mean, facts. Yeah, but it's a flip phone that's not fun though. It's like it would be fun if like Lyric was going home, but like a flip vote just for Melody to go home, it's like cool, I guess. Like I would rather Drew go home, genuinely. How'd Matt Williams do on the Traders? He wouldn't be cast. I think we're getting more traveling on Amazing Race. I can't believe it. Now, I actually would prefer Drew to go home. Wow. Oh my god, did someone that's kind of way. I've bet on way too much, or bid on way too many like eBay items where I keep on getting notifications of like me being outbid on things. I just find it very funny. Someday I'll get a really good deal. Like someday someone won't realize that there was like, a copy of Pokemon XD and I got it for like $10. That'll surely happen someday. Anyway. I actually do want to get back, like straight up back into collecting. Which I'll probably wait until after like Big Brother review. I don't know, back until like when I have a bit more like things that don't need to be done in then like immediately. But yeah, I do want to start buying games again. Actually, I say that as if I'm not buying games, but I mean like actually go out and try to like game hunt and that sort of thing. Like I used to when I was a kid, because that's clearly what I should be doing at 31. I did see this too. This is funny. That Haley's lost followers. What a shocker. Chuck has the least amount of followers of this cast? What? I can't believe it. I watch Apocalypse? I don't know. I'm not dying for it, but maybe. If I hear it's good, especially, I'll probably watch it, but I'm not clamoring to watch it. I think he's the best trader player of all time. Probably Suri. Yeah, I did. This was cringe. Like, this is just cringe. Like, yeah. I forgot about Oyen, actually. Yeah, Oyen's really good for Faithful. It was cringe in person. That is true. All right. I think I'll start working on the player ranking. Which, yeah, we're at the actually. Fuck, I didn't look at comments. Okay, let's do this real quick. By the way, it does look like my internet's holding up pretty well, which it better fucking hold up well. Like my internet speed's like literally my upload speed. So like my old internet, which I was paying like $20 more a month for, I was getting like upload speeds of like 10 megabytes, which is like not good. But like good enough to stream. So like that's like why my internet's been like very rocky for a very long time. When it kind of came to stream, especially like way back. But yeah, now I have like 200 something like uploads. So I shouldn't have that issue unless my internet just dies now. So that's good. I don't think anyone's gonna want to. I don't know. Actually, will someone want to trade? For, who the fuck knows? Let's see. Fuck me, dude. There actually is a lot of comments. There's like what, 4 comments? Okay. This next random Strider pre-merger I should stand. I don't know. Tell me. But like the video tonight, it was fine. There's some funny moments in it. Went for way too long though. Like that, yeah, that segment was way too long. I mean, commenting is really more so for like people that aren't like. Obviously, if you're here, you could just ask the question in chat and I'll answer it. But like when it comes to the player ranking, like this is more so for people that like can't be here. Okay, so okay, that took forever. Okay, how far is my fucking delay? Either way, I'll answer this. Are Retrospect is retired? No, it's just I need to get to it. Yeah, what's the logic for having Parvati as definitive number 2 over Kim and Sarah? Actually, Sarah is interesting. I think Sarah's interesting. Kim, I would say the fact that like Kim only has like one like actual good game. Obviously, the other one's good for being an underdog, but like Parvati has a winning game. Second appear or like has a Heroes of Villains appearance where like she gets to the end and played well-ish. You could argue she should have won Cook Islands. And then now having like seen the more mature version of Parvati, like even though I'm not really like factoring in the win of AE versus the World into this, I just think knowing like having the confidence in modern Parvati, I think is enough to put her above Kim for sure. I think Sarah's actually interesting. Because I actually don't think there's that big of a difference if I were to really think about it, but we'll get to that later. I understand how good Russell Hance's game is, even though he stuck to the jury. He's the first person to change game of creating fake allies. I don't know what that means. yeah, I don't know what this means, but finding idols without clues, that's obviously fair. Okay, this I just completely disagree with. He understands the 3 main components of this game. Yeah, I just think we have to agree to disagree. If the fake merge in Thailand doesn't happen, Shan makes merge. Is likely Brian votes. Yeah, that's fair. You can argue that with Brian about his winning odds. Michelle also got, I assume, lucky that Ben essentially quit at Final 5 Warriors of War. Yeah, that's also fair. Yeah. Feel like Aubrey is better than Spencer as a player overall. Did I not have that? I literally have that. Whatever. All right. Whatever. Let's start the actual ranking. All right. So again, we're at the point now where like all we're doing is actually piecing the list together, and again, that's kind of what we were doing last time too. But still, okay. So where we're at now, these are all the lists that I've put together. This list is the list we just did on stream. The one that we just finished last stream. This list is made up of the tier list that we had before the last phase. So, like the tier list that we were using as the basis leading into this list, this is what this list is. And essentially, this list is the same thing, but the one we did before this list. Because for some reason, we made 3 fucking versions of the tier list. So, that's what these 3 lists are. This is an aggregate of these 3 lists. So, essentially, I got all the number placements for all the players, averaged them out, and then that's what this is. So, there's that. And also, I did weigh it to where I weighed these 2 lists more than this list because I don't feel like... I feel, honestly, this is the least developed list considering this is the first one we did. I mean, again, I think this is fair to say we with this. Generally, like, I've been talking about this on stream for 165 fucking hours. Like, I think it's fair to say we for this especially. Anyway. And then this is the list I worked on off stream. That is not a real list, but it's like, as in like, it's not actually what I mean for the ranking to be, but it's more so just like a statistical analysis of things where I listed every player, like how many tribals they made through, how many times they voted in the majority, how many votes they had on their side when they went out, if they had allies throughout the game or not, again, reasons for why, like if people got voted out because they're weak, I noted that. If people got voted out because they were on a small tribe, or like if they got voted out in a small tribe, I noted that. If they got voted out post-swap, I know that. Again, like it's essentially just an analysis of that. Towards the top, it gets fucked. The weighing system is not good. Like fucking Boss Drops #1, Denise is 2. Who fucking cares? It doesn't matter. Like the top of it is not going to be relevant at all, but I think it will help with some placements at the bottom. So that's the only reason I'm keeping it here. We don't want to put Dan Foley in top 150. Well, he's not. So, and actually, yeah, you can't speak for everyone with that. Okay. So the first things, and also this is the tier list from the last thing we did, like this here, which I don't even know. Should I keep it here? I think I think it's still helpful as like a basis of things. Okay, so like starting this off, the bottom is easy. I think this is just what I'm doing for the bottom 3. I think this tier is something I just still agree with. I'm not changing that. And like again, they were on the bottom of the tier before that. Kel was not at the bottom of the tier before that, but again, that's just because we didn't really talk it through until after, and I agree with the logic now. Then yeah, they were the bottom 3 of the aggregate, and then they were the bottom 3 of the other one. So like that's just the bottom 3. I'm not really changing that. Okay, after that, this is a difference here. So this is what I'm talking about when I say that the statistical analysis might change the things. So this is the next tier on the list that we had before of Candace, Billy, Jeremy, Michelle. From the statistical analysis of it, technically Billy is not in this tier because Billy was on a small tribe, which gave him less options to stay. However, I think I do still keep Billy here. Because, like, I think at the end of the day with Billy, it's still a spot where, like, they threw the challenge to vote him out. Like, it's still really bad. To where I think I probably stick with this. Now, technically, this was a tier that moved down this latest iteration. Before that, I did have this, like, older player tier lower. However, I think I do stand by the fact that I think these players are worse. So I think I'll keep with this. So, like, I think Jeremy and Michelle next, I think is fine. Candace versus Billy. I think maybe there's an argument Candace below Billy. I think the argument would be that Candace had Aaron as an ally, but then Aaron did flip by the end, but that was like a very last second thing. Billy had like Christina Coria kind of as an ally, but also, again, the tribe threw the challenge to vote him out, and yeah. So I think I'll still stick with what I had. Like, so yeah, we'll do that. And again, as we go along, I'm going to delete the people from the other tiers just so we have an idea of where we're at comparatively. Which might be a pain now that I'm looking at it, but whatever. Who is it? Candace and Billy. Let's delete Billy. Let's delete Candace. Where's Candace on this tier list? Was she way higher? Yeah, she was a decent chunk higher on that version, but I think it's fine. Yeah, also statistical, or the, like, aggregate one. Michelle was still low. Jeremy was there. So, yeah, BB was lower aggregate-wise, but I'll give BB credit for being old. Essentially. But yeah, so we'll do that, and then this. Billy does love somebody. That is the case. Oh, is Angela pregnant again? Good for her. Probably not on Traders then. Jeremy had Mike, but again, it's kind of a similar spot to Candace, where it's like he had a relationship with Mike, but Mike does drop him. But to be fair, like, this is different than, because even Candace and Aaron, like, Aaron, like, was voting with Candace until Tribal, when she realized, oh, I guess Candace is going home, so I might as well vote her. Like, with Mike, like, Mike drops Jeremy, like, right away. Like, Mike was never actually voting with Jeremy, even though he was, like, close to Jeremy. So the next sub tier from last time is this grouping, which is like the old players that have nothing else good about them, but at least they're old, essentially. What was it actually? Wasn't there? Oh yeah, on the statistical version, I added Semhar. Oh wait, I added Semhar and I took Willard out, was what happened on the statistical version. Which is something I want to talk about. I think Semhar being here is kind of fine. Like, I think it's a spot where, like, Semhar doesn't do that much, like, actively wrong, but she still is voted out for being weak and still has, like, no one actually backing her. It's like, yeah, Ozzy kind of wanted to vote, like, keep her, but he didn't. So, like, is he really that different than, like, a Deb? Actually, I guess Deb's actually different, but is he that different from, like, a Wendy Jo, I guess? And, like, there's nothing, like, it's not even, like, a spot where, like, Simone is someone I give credit for, like, again, it was a smaller tribe. Like, there's not really anything to give her, like, extra credit for. To where, like, I do feel like Semhar moving down into this grouping makes sense. Oh, Willard is someone I moved up, because at least there was a point where there was a plan to keep Willard. That was the thing that kind of boosted Willard up. I think the problem with that is that I think Willard is still kind of just a bad player. So I don't know if I really want to give him that credit. But to be fair, it's like he's with Yasmin and Jacob Derwin. So it's not like he's like in a grouping of like elite players either way. So yeah, I think first at least, I will, how should I do this? What's the easiest way to do this without making this such a pain? Anyway, I think this tier first. Like, I think it's like a debate of like, do I keep Willard with them? But I think even if I do, he's at the top. But yeah, I think BB, Wendy Jo are fine. I actually had Deb below Wanda, which I think is probably fine. Like, Wanda like does get like taken out by a twist. Like, Deb actually gets voted out in a vote, so I think that's probably fine. Actually, I had Semhar below Wanda, which I think is probably fine also. I think Wanda being at the top of this grouping just because like she didn't get naturally voted out, I think is probably fair. Where do I think Aubrey is of her game on 50 being ass? I think she's aware of her game. It's just that I don't think she thinks it's ass. Is essentially the thing. Again, Jacob's in that, like, again, I think it's a spot where it might be here now. But Jacob, at least there was that point where there was a plan coming together to save Jacob. There were people that at least, like, wanted to work with Jacob, and they just didn't have the numbers. Like, with these people, that's not even the case. Like, that's the main reason why why Jacob's higher. Yeah, Semhar's there, and then Willard is higher. But yeah, so I feel like those placements are okay. The Willard might be next. Take out Wanda and then take out Semhar. Where's Semhar in this one? I feel like Semhar was like really high at a point, right? Like high relatively, obviously. Not like actually high, but like... Yeah, like where the fuck is Semhar? Yeah, like there with Hannah Rose. Thank God. Thank God she's as high as Hannah Rose. Yeah, I watched Traders Australia. It was fine. Probably had a better start than Traders NZ. It's those two, and then also where the fuck is Semhar? Again, why do I have Semhar so high? I mean, like, I know why, because, like, again, it's a spot where she doesn't do that much wrong, or she doesn't really do much of anything wrong, but it's also, like, she doesn't do anything right either, though. And then BB, Joel, Wanda, and then... Yeah, where's Semhar in this one? Because this should be an aggregate. She's around there. Yeah, these here. Okay. Which season do I think the edit lies more about how good the winner is? 46 or 50? Probably 46? Like, I think the interesting thing about 50 is that 50 doesn't even really lie about Aubrey's game. It just doesn't do anything about Aubrey's game. Where, like, 46 actually lies and then, like, saying, like, oh, Kenzie built this, like, strong relationship with Hunter. That's surely gonna matter. This relationship with Ben is surely gonna matter. And then it doesn't matter. With Aubrey, it's, like, it's not even, like, really lying as much as just like, showing scenes. And then it just leads, like, to not, I don't know. It's, like, it doesn't even feel like it's setting up, like, long-term storylines. It just feels like it's showing, like, every bit of, like, content they can of Aubrey. Like, whether, like, leads to something or not. Where, like, there's not even really a story there. At least with, like, Kenzie, they try to make a story. Which, like, leads to more of it being fake, but at least I get the intention. Everybody's like, it's at least a story. With Aubrey, there's not even a story there. She's just somehow there at the end. Yeah, alright. Yeah, now is a little bit of a debate. So Willard is at the bottom of every list but the statistical one at this point. which Willard on the statistical list is with Jacob Derwin and Yasmin. I think my question at this point is, are they really worse than Abraham and Marissa Peterson? Where, by the way, this column's off by 1, isn't it? Whatever. Anyway, but like, Eric was voted out in a small try. Marissa, you can argue, is like disfavored by the blood versus water twist. These players don't really have much of an excuse, but they at least did have like some people wanting them to stay, which I think is like the main credit to them. To where I do feel like these are the next like 5. It's just a matter of what the order is. And I think I will go Abraham and Marissa first, and then do the Willard, Yasmin, Jacob. What is the thing about Angela? Aubrey is also delusional about her own game sometimes. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the I think that's the main point. Actually, I don't know though, because it's like, it's weird because like she also then like makes a deal with Joe to like say, hey, can you give me credit for the Aussie vote? So it's like even she recognized that she doesn't like deserve all the credit. I don't know.
Kama likes you.
I know, but it's like
I watch him look at you.
Yeah, he does.
This wasn't this a plan? Didn't Dee and Angela talk about this earlier? About trying to make like Haley even more jealous about Lyric by telling her about like try to make her like connected to Kamu or something.
It's not like me keeping I told you like one time.
Oh, that's right. You've only been on this show. Oh, that's right. You've only been on this show.
What the fuck is that? That's funny.
Oh.
Anyway, whatever. I can close this now too, right? I literally already answered yes. I've watched Traders Australia. More emphasis on bad play. I don't. I feel like that's one of the things I do still stand by, is I do feel like the bottom is still more focused around what is the good from them. I think it's like certain people I think you knock for, but I still think that when there's like nothing really good to say about these people, I still think they are lower. Because like, yeah, Drew Christie and Shannon played terribly, but they also did have allies. They also like had a majority group at points. Like there's at least like more positive things to call out for them. There's like nothing really positive to call out for like Abraham and Marissa. But yeah, I think I'm gonna do this order for the next grouping. I think Marissa and Abraham are tier. Where's Marissa in this? Oh no, I moved Marissa down. I'm dumb. Abraham's the one I'm looking for there. And then it's Willard, Yasmin, and Jacob Derwin. So we'll do that. Yes, they're most at the bottom at this point. Saw a clip of Haley saying she's willing to lose Angela because she can get... Wait. Oh, willing to lose to Angela. Okay. Yeah. Makes sense. Of that being her philosophy. I think Alex, Alvin, and Kirby were the correct choices to be traders. Yeah. I mean, Kirby's obviously playing it poorly, but like, yeah. And Alvin seems fun. Alex is fine. I would assume she has the most longevity of the. Actually, I don't know. I guess her and Alvin are both like okay-ish. I don't know. Who was it? Willard, Marissa, Eric. Yeah, so it's still this. I assume they only wanted one Survivor player. And, like, I get why you would pick Kirby. Kirby's, like, gonna play hard. Like, yeah, she might flame out on a show like this, but... still, I do get why they picked her. Okay, and then... they're most bottom here. So, like, on all my lists, I have Simone next outside of my statistical one. But then again, Simone's also still fairly low. Then I have Ashley Mazzaro, who is, I know, is a lot higher on this because she survived the tribal. But she probably still should be fairly low. Do I just go with Simone? It's like weird because I don't feel like the rest of her tier is here. Dicko's been interesting on Traders. He's playing hard. Shockingly. Shane didn't do well. Yeah, I didn't expect her to. But yeah, it felt like a spot where, like, I don't know, it always feels like people come into these trader seasons expecting like an old person to be a trader, and there's like, yeah, why not? Like, I might as well take out the old person now. Chance of evil dick on traders very low, but not impossible, I guess. I don't know if evil dick would even be able to like not piss off producers for getting cast. But to be fair, Michael Rapport was just on Traders, so you never know. How's Curry playing badly? She heard someone was targeting her day one, and then immediately murdered them. And then also it's like she also like misspoke once. That was bad, but like too for many people do that. There was another thing she did bad. I know in her conversations, like she's like, she's just like very like forward in her. I don't know. It's like she's just gaming way too much. Again, she's playing it like she's playing Survivor, and like I just don't think that works for traders. I mean, technically, like, how old is Alvin? I assume Alvin's like, I don't know, like 50 or something, right? So I guess that's their older person. Yeah. Again, I don't know if I should go Simone. Okay, so this is also a major change in the statistical version, is that you have people like Sarah Wilson, Zach, Katrina, Nicole, like John Lovett, Darnell, that are way lower than they are on this list. Which I'm not really opposed to, but also it's like there are like a decent amount of players here that are still not good. But spot where like is there much good you can really say about John Lovett in the grand scheme of things? Like, yeah, I mean, I guess it's like he had Andy as kind of an ally that didn't even stick to him. Like he was just kind of screwed. Like, I mean, like screwed as in like he had no chance, not screwed as in like he like be like, I don't know. Like, it's like he just sucked. Like he had no hopes on that season. There's like nothing good to say about John Lovett. So like, yeah, does he like fumble the bag that badly? Not really, but he also just doesn't do anything good. Something I do think. Should we... I think with this sort of list, we can go, like, back and forth between top and bottom. Now that's, like, kind of easy to do that. Because, like, I feel pretty good about what I'm doing at the top. Like, I'll do Tony. Generally, actually, I think you could argue Parvati and Sarah. I do think it's actually kind of close. John Love would do better on return, but that's, again, that's purely speculative. Would he? Like, why would you say he would do better on return? Like, I don't know if there's anything, like, factual that you can say of why he would do better on the return. Yeah, I would still lean Parvati, I think. I don't know. Sarah is almost a 2-time winner. Probably closer to what Parvati was. But my instinct is to go Parvati. And then Sarah. I think that top 3. And then... he wasn't hated. Yeah, but he still fails to connect with anybody. But yeah. Where even is... Oh, wait. Tony's there. Actually, wait, no. I'm dumb. I should be moving this down, not the other way around. Sarah's there. Then yeah, am I going Kim 4? I think I probably am. Just like technically we didn't have that last time, as in like the last tier. But just, like, gut feeling, I do feel like Kim is 4. Is there any, like, actual basis around it? Not fully. Like, I mean, there is, obviously. But, like, is it, like, if I were to, like, actually, like, parse through all of the criteria and everything, like, does it make sense to have Kim 4? Not really. But, like, I just feel like that's how I feel. Like, is to have Kim at 4. And then I think it's interesting, actually. Because before, I obviously had Suri as the definitive number 5. I don't know if I feel that way anymore. Just because, like, generally, I just have so much less faith in Suri to win a Survivor season now, post 50. Like, it really feels like a spot where, like, if she can't win 50, then can she ever win Survivor? And, like, obviously, she almost won Micronesia. She theoretically almost won Panama. But it really felt like 50 was, like, a season that, like, that should have been hers. And she still didn't win. To where I'm not sure if I really feel like she's even number... she's number 5 at this point. But yeah, it's like she technically almost wins 2 games. I think you can kind of argue that of Rob. Can't really argue that of Jeremy. And obviously, you can't really argue that of Kim either. But yeah, I think I'll still give it to Suri, but it's a less confident. It's a less confident 5 than what it used to be. But I will still give it to her. now I think it's kind of interesting between Rob and Jeremy, because on literally all of my lists, I have Rob higher, despite the fact that my gut instinct is Jeremy higher. And I have had Jeremy higher in the past, right? Like, isn't my top 10, isn't Jeremy higher? Like, in my actual top 10 I made? I'm pretty sure I have Jeremy higher than Rob. Where's that top 10? Is it even here? I don't even know if it's even here. I must have copied it, right? Yeah, there. Yeah, I had Jeremy then Rob. But it feels like everything is kind of pointing towards Rob being higher than Jeremy. And it's like Rob did almost kind of win twice. Emphasis on kind of. Like Jeremy only gets to the end once. I think Jeremy's a more consistent player. Like Jeremy's type of player, I think will make the merge more often. But I think the times that Boss Rob makes the merge, he probably wins. But like I think it's also a spot where like I don't know how Rob, like I don't think Rob is able to do what he did at the time now. But I don't know if that should matter. But yeah, I think I am going to go Rob. I think the fact that Rob is higher than Jeremy on literally every list we've made, I think is probably just a sign that that should just be the case. Jeremy couldn't drag his wife. That fair. That is fair. Where fuck's Jeremy on this? He's like way lower. What is this? Yeah, maybe we'll go from the top down with this list. We'll see. Yeah, Haley looks so different. Like in her old, oh, also funny, but like also like Haley looks so different in her old photos. Like this doesn't look like the same person. But still. But yeah, maybe we'll go top down. Maybe that's the easier way to do this. I actually don't know who should be next. Like this is kind of where the list gets a bit difficult. At the number 8 spot. Because like my top 7 is like pretty definitive. Clearly it should be Carson. Like I do have Nick like at the top here. Cochran's also fairly high. Like obviously Sandra's there also. Like I think my gut, actually wait, who did I have at 8 last time I did this? I had Tommy. Okay. I had Tommy, Earl, and Sophie. Yeah. Then what I have in my winner player ranking? Because that's the other time I've done a similar-ish list. It is this one. I had Kim above Sarah there. I forgot about that. Oh, I had Tom at 7. That's insane. Wendell at 9. Yule at 10. Yeah. I mean, the consistent person is Tommy. Like, that's the person I've had in the top 10 on both. Where's Tommy on here? It's like all the way down here on this one. like, I think quality-wise, he is good enough to be there. It is kind of the one-time player of it. Like, generally, I think he is kind of, like... Yeah, like, Tommy is kind of Kim-coded, in a way, in the fact that, like, Tommy's probably one of the players I have the most confidence in, but his record just isn't as good as other people to where, like, Kim is someone that, like, if you point a gun to my head and say, who's the one player you're going to bet money on to win Survivor? I think I would say Kim. Like, Kim or Sarah, probably, generally. But, like, I just think Tony's record is better in Poverty. But Tommy is kind of like a similar case. Like, Tommy, like, if you were to ask me a one-time player who I have the most confidence in, it would be Tommy. So yeah, I think I'm just gonna do it. I did it last time, and it still feels right to me now. To go with Tommy. So I'll be honest, something is bothering me, and the fact that Kim is here. Because, like, I think if we're being consistent, Kim should be with Jeremy. Because, like, these are all players you could argue almost won twice. Rob and Suri almost won twice, theoretically. Kim does not almost win twice. So, like, with that logic, I feel like Kim should be closer to Jeremy. But I just don't, yeah, I'm just not going to do it, though. I think it's fine. Like, again, like, at the end of the day, it's my fucking list. Like, I think I can point out the bias in that when I get to it in the list, but like, at the end of the day, it is my list. Jeremy higher. I just don't have that faith in Jeremy, if I'm being honest. Like, I have that faith in Kim. I don't have that faith in Jeremy. Yeah, I'm still wavering on where exactly to land Sandra. I think just based on, like, what's the right term? Just based on me being me, I feel like I can't have her in the top 10. But we'll see after that. Where the fuck is Tommy on this list? Like, he's pretty low, right? There he is. Do I go Earl next? I think it's crazy to have Jeremy above Suri. I mean, I don't know if it's crazy, but it's like, yeah, I just generally don't have that faith in Jeremy, if I'm being honest. Like, what actually, like, if I'm being honest, like, what would, if I did do this, it would actually make me want to do Rob above Suri. Where, like, at that point, I would just not even want to have Suri in, like, the upper, like, echelon. It is a spot of Suri, though, that I'm just like, yeah, she was screwed all these times, but, like, I think there still is this critical flaw with Suri. To where, like, especially the modern version of Suri, that she just, like, she's gonna struggle to get to the end. There's ever a situation in which both tribes are blatantly throwing a challenge. Was production due? Like, probably just, I mean, like on Australian Survivor, all they did is just like wait it out and say, hey, like threatened them that, oh, if you both throw a challenge, we're gonna send you both to tribal, even though they wouldn't do that. But I don't know. I think it's kind of a similar case. Genuinely, they probably just won't do anything. They'll probably just wait for like it to just like someone to finish it. I think Rob has more flaws, but I do think Rob wins more than Cirie does. Like, I think Cirie will make it to the end game more than most players that have ever played Survivor. Rob would win more than Cirie does, in my mind. But also will flame out in the beginning more than Cirie does. So it's like a factor of which one do I favor here. Yeah, but that's not the player that Rob is now. And I think that's the thing to like also take consideration. It's like, what am I assessing with Rob? The modern Rob or the Rob like in All-Star? But he's like, yeah, Rob in All-Stars is like, Rob in All-Stars is very different from the Rob in Redemption Island. And like, obviously, Redemption Island, you could argue that his jury management wasn't that good, but like, not a lot of that is based on like how he actually treated people themselves. It's like, it's more so like his style of play was something that people didn't really love. I don't know, try the buddy system with winners. I mean, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking maybe I do just go Jeremy higher with Kim. Like, I think like maybe Jeremy, Kim here, and then Rob and Cirie here. Maybe I just go through with that. Then yeah, I'll go Tommy and Earl. I think is probably the next person for me. I think Earl is flawed, but I still think Earl is very good, especially for someone that like didn't know the game at all. Like for him just being a natural, as someone that like didn't prepare for the game at all, I think he plays one of the best games of all time. Even though, again, yes, he gets, like, kind of lucky. It was a final two or final three, I mean, and, he was on the outs of the final six vote and whatnot. Now, I think the next debate here is Todd also here? Because I don't feel like Todd is that different. Where like it's a spot where like theoretically I kind of feel like Todd probably is like a high variance player, but there's no real reason to say that outside just like I just guess that's the case. Because at least with like someone like a Cochran, like we did see him almost go home multiple times in the pre-merge of South Pacific. Like Todd was never in danger at any point in Survivor China. Like it's not even like Todd was even an option in the pre-merge of Survivor China. It's like, yeah, his win equity was like probably not as good as I would like it to be, but I feel like Todd rounding out the top 10 feels okay to me. Like I don't feel that like, because yeah, it's always been a spot where like I had this as my top 9, and it was always a question of like who's number 10, and like at a point I had Sophie, I had like Tom and Yule in those spots. I feel like right now, I feel like Todd feels like an okay person there. And it's like, an interesting thought too, because like you obviously have like a Nick and a Wendell, who probably are more consistent players. Obviously Sandra is a 2-time winner. How's Kyle different from Jeremy? I think less resume. Also wasn't as big of a jury threat. And then also did need an idol even on the season he won, which I guess too for Jeremy kind of did. But for the most part, it is more so just like resume. Like there's not as much of a resume for him. I think Kyle will be in the like Nick Wendell tier probably. Yeah, I think I am going to go Todd. I just don't feel like I have any, like, major criticism of Todd outside of just, like, things that don't really matter. And again, I feel like he feels like someone that is, like, of the caliber that I'm okay having in my top 10. Also, I did not realize how few tribals Todd went to in China. With the post-merge being, like, a bit shorter and him not going to many tribals in the pre-merge. What do I think the note in Brano's buff was at the swap? Oh, I mean, it's probably what he thought it was. It was that, like, you can swap one person, right? It's probably something of that nature. Yeah, now I think I'm at the spot where, like, I go to some of the better multi-time players. So I think you got, like, a Yule. And, like, players that still played, like, kind of dominant games. So I think you got Yule, you got a Wendell, probably Nick, probably D, probably Kyle. And probably Sophie. And maybe Natalie, too. I don't know. Like, I think Chris and Erica are down there. I think Sandra's one spot above them. JT's probably... I don't know what I'm doing JT at this point. Tyson's probably near the Sandra tier. Aubrey's probably higher on this version, too. Carson's probably moving down because it's Carson. Anyway, yeah, so, like, looking at this, I kind of actually do want to go with Sophie, if I'm being honest. Like, I think it's a spot where, like, or, like, maybe Wendell even. I don't know, because, like, looking at how they navigate through the game, Sophie and Wendell, I think, are the only two that were never in any real danger in the pre-merge of their seasons. Like, Nick was in, was almost the first boot of Davis Goliath. And also, like I don't really fault him that much for Winners at War, but, like, still was kind of on, like being talked about as a target and then starting to try Winners at War. Cochran was almost voted out at a lot of tribals in the early days on South Pacific. Like, Sophie and Wendell are never in danger early on in their seasons, to where, like, I think that's probably a boost for them. On a list like this. Remember, well, Yule does get voted in pre-merge, but he gets kind of screwed for that to happen. I mean, the Morgan vote's not even that bad, though. It's like he's blindsided the vote, but he's never actually in danger himself. And then also he recovers, like, right away from it. And, like, it's him being swapped into a bad position also. It's like, I don't know. It's, like, kind of, like, a lot of, like, factors there. That's not, like, that bad. I actually feel like there's an argument Yule could be in this too. Like, obviously Yule was a pre-merge boot in Winners at War, but like that was him being swap screwed. Like I kind of feel like Sophie, Wendell, Yule here. Then I think the Nick, Cochran, Kyle. Actually, D. What did I do with D? Actually, Todd and Yule feel comparable. Kind of. I mean, I do like. Like, I don't know how to really handle the god idol of it all with Yule on Cook Islands. Plays the best pre-merge game of all time. I mean, it's up there. I don't know if it's actually number one, but yeah, maybe. Generally, D might... Like, I think if I'm being consistent, D is also here. Actually, no. D was in danger in... kind of. Like, but, like, also that was, like, reputation-based. Like, maybe D and Kyle kind of, like, in between here. And then we go Nick there. Oh wait, Cochran is with Nick. Natalie is probably there also. And then it's probably these. I think is the order I'm kind of looking at right now. So yeah, I'll do Sophie, Wendell, Yule. In terms of the order, I'm personally feeling Sophie, Yule, then Wendell. Where, yeah, I think it's a spot where I think Sophie's Winners at War game boosts her up Yule. Stream, there we go. What Yule can do with the guide idol, he can do with the regular idol. Not the Final Four thing. But yeah. Ice pre-merger. Pre-merger will be Marcus. Pre-jur, I'm not 100% sure. I think it's close. Yeah, maybe I go Yule over Sophie. I think you can argue Yule does less wrong on Winners at War, at least, than Sophie. I think it is pretty close. Like, I do think Sophie's winning game is, like decent. Mules is like one of the lesser dominant games. Yeah, whatever. I'll do that. I don't feel that bad about that. Then yeah, I think I will go D and Kyle next. Maybe. Okay, wait, D or Kyle versus... So, like, we got Cochran, Natalie Anderson, Nick Wilson here. All people that, like, Nick was almost the first Boo versus Goliath. Natalie Anderson is the first Boo of Winners at War. Cochran, again, was in danger a lot in the pre-merge of South Pacific. D, you can argue, was in danger early on in 50. That was Reputation. Kyle did need an idol in 48, but he was swap screwed. Outside of that, I think D and Kyle are both, like, very competent, like, all-around players. So... And then, like, yeah, Kyle has 50, also to kind of boost him. Yeah, D's game is probably better than all these people outside of Cochran, but again, Cochran is someone that was in more danger early on, so I do think this feels fine. Okay, also I should delete the people that we just went through. So what was it? Yule, Sophie, and Wendell. Actually, where does Tyson land? Is Tyson just lower? Also, it would be very funny if I had D and Wendell next to each other, right? I actually feel like maybe I have... Well, no, never mind. No, I think I keep it as is. That, and then this. And then who was it? It was... Oh, I already took them out. Then, yeah, take out Sophie. Take out Nick. And then take out Tyson. Tyson feels JT level. Yeah, I think that's kind of where I'm settling with Tyson. It's like you do have him making like both of them have like arguably two of the worst moves in Survivor history. Again, I don't necessarily. Like, I think there's at least like justifications for at least JT's for sure. But yeah, I think these four there actually feels okay to me. Yeah, I think D and Kyle here feels okay. I still stand by that. I would personally lean Kyle over D, especially in a post 50 world. Yeah, I think I'll go with that. So D and then Kyle. Should I just undo the bottom, to be honest? I kind of feel like maybe I should just like undo the bottom here. And then like we just like fully work through the bottom. Or maybe not. I don't know. I think I stand by the list 100% until this. I think this is like the first tier that I'm like, I don't know, maybe not. Like I think this down I feel 100% good about though. Or maybe not. Maybe even like this. You know, fuck it. Okay, let's just move it here for the sake of it. And then, yeah, let's just... I think maybe we just start from the top and move it down. Put Kyle above Wendell for the bit, yeah. that's why I don't know. I don't think I can. Like, if I'm being realistic, I think Wendell is there, and I think D is there. But also, it would be funny to have them back to back. I think I'm gonna leave it like this for now, and then maybe like when I'm recording it, I'll make the decision there if I'm willing to risk the integrity of the list, just to do that. And then what was it? This one is D, Kyle, who are next to each other. And wait, where is? Oh no, it was just D and Kyle. I'm dumb. It's just D and Kyle for this one. Which, yeah, again, like looking at the new era bias of this, like this list sucks because because the new era goes to less tribals. It leads to like people like D and Kyle being like so low here. They're like, yeah, D is like number 180 something. So yeah, it's just kind of fucked. I think Kyle is even lower. Is this even worth updating this list? Because again, generally this list sucks. Like, this list is not much of anything. It really is more so just a thing to help compare the people that have almost nothing good about them. I don't know. Wait, did I fuck something up with that list? It doesn't matter. It's fine. All right. Yeah, I think Cochran, Natalie Anderson, Nick Wilson is the next grouping. I think that still feels fine to me. So I did have Nick, Natalie, then Cochran on this version of the list. I had Cochran, Nick, Natalie on this version. And then I had Nick, Natalie, Cochran also in this version. And then aggregate is Nick, Cochran, Natalie. So literally all different fucking combinations, which is fantastic. Wendell was behind D in real life. You don't know what positions they did. Let's see there. On the last list, I think I accidentally deleted Tyson. Oh, is that what I did? Yeah, maybe. That's fine. It doesn't really matter. Again, with the winners here, I'm not really using the statistics anyway. It's kind of like I kind of have a like set idea. But yeah, so these are all different combinations of it. I actually kind of want to give it to Cochran. Because, like, yeah, Cochran was endangered himself as of it, but he never actually is booted. It's like, and to be fair, Nick was never booted either, but like Nick kind of almost was. I think I kind of want to go this version of it, of the Cochran, Nick, then Natalie. Where I've already set the precedent, I think Nick is better than Natalie in previous lists, and I do generally actually feel that way, even though Nick sucks as a person. But yeah, what was it? Yeah, Cochran, like, even though he's someone that I would theoretically think of as someone that would be in danger a lot early on, he never, like, actually does go home. So we'll do that. I think this is where it kind of gets interesting. So I think this is the next four of Sandra, JT, Tyson, Aubrey. I'm not really sure the order. Like, I guess, like, here I have Sandra, JT, Tyson, Aubrey is the order on this list. This one is the same, actually. This one's also the same? Okay, I guess, is it just all the same? Yeah, it literally just is all the same on all these lists. Okay. So that's interesting. I don't know, do I just go with it then? I actually feel like Sandra and Aubrey feel more comparable. But, like, Sandra is a 2-time winner. I guess you could argue Aubrey almost, like, maybe should be a 2-time winner. But, yeah, Aubrey definitely has a better resume than Tyson. But I also just have less faith in Aubrey. Sandra didn't flop like Aubrey. Debatable? I don't know. But there's a lot of flopping from Sandra. Yeah, I think maybe that is also a thing. Because, like realistically, Aubrey did play with JT and surpass JT is also a thing. And Aubrey just does have the more consistent track record. So, yeah, I think it probably is actually that. So, yeah, I think I'll settle with that. Okay. So, now this gets kind of interesting. So I had Carson next on this version of the list. Again, do I bother updating this one? I guess I fucking will. I've been doing it. I guess why not? Wait, Sandra's gone. So I believe Amanda's the only purple left also, right? Who's the last purple on here? Oh no, it's Cochran probably. That needs to be deleted. Yeah, there he is. Alright. Yeah, so which one am I gonna follow here? So like Carson's here on the top of this list. I still don't feel like I'm actually gonna go Carson. So like if we're going by the last list, there was Carson here who was like at the top 10 in the last one. We did then Chris and Erica are kind of a tier, and then it's this tier of like Steven, Dom, Charlie, Spencer, which is kind of random. In the other version, the version before that, I had, I believe it was this tier, right? It was Steven, Spencer, Rizzo, Amanda. And that's also what's on this one. Aggregate wise, I have Spencer above Steven. Which also, by the way, I forgot if I mentioned that. Aggregate wise, I added like this list like as a 10% of it. Which is why Spencer, like, it's like, again, this is a fuck list where like I didn't want to put that much credence into it, but I wanted to like have a little taste of it in there. So that's why Spencer's higher. Yeah, Spencer, Steven are the next two there. Oh, is it too early for them or not? Oh, maybe. Should I just be going back and forth between the top and bottom? Is that maybe the more fun way of doing it? I don't know. What is the more fun way of doing this? I generally don't know. I'll just do that. And whatever. We'll do the top. So yeah, I think the major. I don't think I'm having. I think Carson's probably moving down to at least this tier. Well, I guess that is still okay. So that's really the same tier. Yeah. So I think the argument right now is like, is it Chris and Erica first, or is it these non-winners first? Best to never win. I don't know. I don't know what that like is it like specifically about player wise or what? Like, what is the criteria necessarily? Like, obviously the name of the disease is best to never win, but like, is it like a spot where like everyone actually has to be like a top tier player? But like at that point, am I just not like picking the people at the top of my list? No. I put 9. I put Earl. That's the list so far. Yeah, I am leaning that too. Is Chris and Erica. Especially as like 2 of the better one-time winners at this point. Where's Eric on this list? Oh, Erica got... Okay, see, that's kind of the issue. Like, this plays too much of a factor with someone like Erica who barely goes to any tribals. Who just cast in this criteria? Like, we're talking about best to never win. Probably a lot of people that aren't the best to never win. Erica better than Chris? I think Chris is in a better early position. No, I think I'm going Chris over Erica. Yeah, I think I am going Chris over Erica. It's like, I think their tail end of the games are like, Erica's probably like a tad more dominant, but both have like pretty solid like tail ends to their games. Chris's middle is definitely rockier. It's just generally bad, but like, I think his early game's very good. Or like Erica's early game's just kind of like fine. And like her middle game's also just kind of fine. Sorry, I think like Chris feels more impressive throughout the entire run. I think Chris beats everybody, doesn't he? Like, I think if Chris is there, like, I think by the time he's the last man standing, I think Chris wins against everybody. Like, by the time he's last man standing, he gets the votes of Sarge, Chad, Twyla, Scout. No matter what, and then he also beats Twyla and Scout. So, like, he essentially wins the game for sure if he gets to the end by the time of the final 7. But yeah, so I'll go with that. Chris and Erica there. Take out Chris here. Erica's way too low on this one. I mean, it's not really the women's jury prospects are that bad. It's just that Chris's were that good. Like, again, Chris just always gets Sarge and Chad, and then he also always gets Twyla and Scout over the other women. Actually, I guess to be fair, Scout's not a guarantee. But also, in a lot of situations, he also gets, like, Eliza. And, like, he also gets, like, Julie in a lot of situations. I don't know. It's... Like, I think it's more so just, like, his jury prospects are, like, so good. More than anything. Who was the other person? Chris and... Okay, this list sucks. Yeah, it's not really worth the time. I think I'm just gonna delete instead of like scrolling it down because that just wastes even more time. Like Erica's like really low on this, right? Just because like she barely goes to any tribals, which is why it's so pointless. How far down is Erica on this list? Yeah, like probably like somewhere around 200 something. No, Scott was always voting for Twyla. I mean, that's just how I am, I guess. But yeah, I think Steven Spencer seem to be the next two there. Steven Spencer at the top of all these other ones. I think I do go Spencer then Steven, actually. Even though I do have Fishback over Spencer on all these. I guess it's like Fishback has a better game in Cambodia. But Scott said, well, in the Vanuatu AD, she was going to vote for Chris, but like how Twyla didn't back down much. Yeah. Which again, I don't think that's him losing Scouts. That's more so like, I think ultimately like Scout was always going to vote for Twyla. Like I think Scout just likes Twyla too much as a person to like not vote for Twyla in that situation. I'm thinking Amanda should probably also be here, right? Like obviously she moved like very low on this version of the list, but I think genuinely Amanda probably should be in this ballpark. Like she's still like a very consistent player. I guess the struggles win equity actually. But still, I mean, like she still gets jury votes every time she gets to the end. Like kind of almost beats poverty to a degree. And I guess to be fair, like Spencer didn't have win equity on the season. He got to the end, like not a lot of it at least. Yes, I think the question is, do I still put Amanda above? Yeah, do I put Amanda above or below Spencer? I think I'll go above. Like, she's still a 2-time finalist and still has, like, a decent third appearance. Also, to clarify, with these lists, they're ordered... Like, they're tiered in the way that they were tiered when we made these lists. However, they're ordered in the way that they were ordered on this list. If that makes any sense to you. Which is why, like, Steven and Spencer and Amanda are ordered this way, is because that's the way they were ordered in this list, but they're tiered in the way that they were tiered when we did those tiers. So, like, there's still some room for, like, debate on the order of the tiers here, because, like, the order of the tiers is still, like, similar to what was going on there. Yeah, I'll go Amanda, Spencer, Steven here. So we got Steven, Amanda, Spencer. Now the question is Rizzo next? Because he was next in some of these versions. Did I delete Amanda on this one already? So, like, I could see an argument that... Wait, why is there 10 more on this one? Oh, because the bot. Okay, yeah. just double check. That is 10 people at the bottom here. Okay, it is. Okay. Yeah, so we're good still. I agree with Amanda not being as close to, like, okay, yeah. So like Steven and Spencer were closer to winning. I agree with that. However, I feel like by total career, like I think by total career, I feel Spencer above Fishback. And even then, that's still like 2 runs. Amanda has a 3rd run after that. So, yeah. I still stand by Amanda higher. Yeah, it might be Rizzo next. I don't know. Rizzo I can see also moving. So yeah, Rizzo was with Ty and Jonathan in that version, which I don't think is awful. Also, I didn't update this one either, did I? Spencer. Steven, Amanda. Yeah, Rizzo being in top 30 is just kind of funny. Or maybe I do go with like this tier instead. The Denise Tom kind of tier. It should be lower because he let Aubrey win over 3. That is true. I think we can move Carson down with Dom because I think that's probably where they're going to be. Like, is Charlie really this high? Like, I feel like it's tough to really say Charlie's better than Rizzo at this point. I guess it's like Charlie had more like win equity and like comes closer to winning 46 than Rizzo does. But it's like Rizzo has like 2 deep runs now. And it's like I still think his 50 game is pretty good. It's where, yeah, it's like I would say Rizzo above Charlie. I think Savannah should be higher than Rizzo. Yeah, I don't think I even have that as the case in like any version of the list, right? I don't know. I think it's like Savannah. It's like I still think even her winning game is one that's like very turbulent. I feel like I'm leaning these people next. Like keeping with the old list. Which I do think I'm going to have Ben above Michelle at this point. So what, Denise, Tom, Ben, Michelle. Tom is there. Yeah, Rizzo I could see going either way. You do have this Charlie, Malcolm, David, Wright, Kelly tier there, which is like Kelly probably is just lower at this point. You got Ty, Jonathan, Rizzo, which I also think is like kind of a decent tier there. I mean, I would still say that still the fact that Rizzo has 2 runs. And like I still think his 50 run is way better. I don't know. I kind of feel like I'm going Rizzo. Like, I do feel like I'm leaning Rizzo here. Again, the problem is win equity, though. Yeah, I don't know. No, I think I'm going to have Rizzo lower. I think I go... Actually, let me see here, actually. So, like, if I'm going here, you have Lex and Rob as a tier. Rich, Ars, Natalie. Where even is Denise on this? She's, like, down there. Trying to see the tiers on this version of the list, because this is the one that we just did, so like I feel like it probably takes a little bit more precedent. I feel like Rizzo with Ty and Jonathan feels alright though. So like I think it's a spot where either Ty and Jonathan are here, or I go with that next grouping of winners. Should Michelle even be in that grouping? I think it's kind of also a thing that's in my mind. Like, I don't even know if I want Michelle in this grouping. Like, I feel like Denise, Tom, Ben. But then again, that's even different. I feel like actually Denise and Ben are like the most comparable there. Ben's all the way down there in that version. Ty 20 is crazy. Yeah, I think I'd go Denise and Ben as the next two. The fuck is Ben on this version? Like, obviously he's pretty low, right? Because I think I credit him as a Final 5 boot. And Denise is also fairly low. Genuinely, where is Ben? Am I losing my mind? There he is. Fuck me. Which yeah, he was way lower on this version, but again, I think with that criteria it made sense. I think like with the criteria, like I just like in terms of like how consistent he'll be, and like I think Ben just will make it deep most times he plays. And like has a decent enough track record and has played from the top and bottom. Or Ben Denise on this one. Oh no, I copied it over from there, right? Okay. Do I go with Michelle now? I don't know. Michelle's just a weird one because like her games are not good, but she does win, and she had another finalist appearance, even though she was lucky to even get to the finals in that season. To where, yeah, do I just give her that credit for that like consistency of having done it twice? I am leaning towards doing it. Yeah, I actually feel like Tom maybe is closer to like these, maybe like a Heidick. Like the problem with Michelle is that she's Michelle. Which I don't feel like great about Michelle in the grand scheme of things. But I think track record is definitely up here. So I think I'll go with it. It's like she plays 2 bad seasons, but it, like again, it still has a win, and that because like at the end of the day, it's like Sandra is here, right? And like Michelle is like a lesser Sandra. But if I am having Sandra up here, it's like I feel like Michelle should still be like within this range. And then, oh, I didn't delete Michelle there. Did I delete Michelle in this one? Where's Michelle in this one? She's like pretty low, right? Yeah. Okay. So on these versions, I feel like Tom, I'm leaning towards moving him a little bit lower. Especially because it's not even like his second appearance is that good in the grand scheme of things. Like he's on the bomb the entire time. I don't think I can really give him that much credit for that. So yeah, I'm leaning Tom lower. Then yeah, I'm thinking this grouping. Do I go with Carson and Dominic now? Like they played 2 of the best games in Survivor history, like non-winning games in Survivor history. But it is ultimately just one appearance. But it's also, I don't know. I guess Dom and Carson are kind of different though, because like Carson's someone that like was never in danger that entire game. Dom is someone that like was in a decent amount of danger, but then kind of recovers from it. I feel like maybe these players first and then Carson, Dom. Yeah, maybe Charlie is just here. Carson over Charlie is kind of wild, though. At this, like, based on where I was before. Yeah, I had Charlie 3, Carson at 7. But to be fair, I think I kind of underrated Carson at the time. Ty, Jonathan, Rizzo. Yeah, I think I go Ty, Jonathan, Rizzo. And yeah, I think I lean Jonathan over Rizzo. I mean, Jonathan has a higher average for what it's worth. And if Jonathan does beat Rizzo in a final 2, or final 3, I mean, I think I do go with that. Genuinely, I think I'm at the point where, like, I'm not even really using these, right? Like, these two just feel like kind of pointless lists right now. I think they matter a lot more lower on the list, but I think for now, maybe I won't even just look at... I think I'll just more so focus around these. But yeah, we go... Ty, Jonathan, Rizzo... Where's Ty? So Rizzo's up here, obviously. Ty, Jonathan are there. Or are they on this one? Are they like way lower? Okay, Jonathan and I a decent amount lower. Ty is around the same. Okay. Alright, I think I'll do that. And then... yeah, is that when I do Dom and Carson? Or do I go Charlie first? Charlie Rizzo back-to-back would be kind of funny. Jonas next, clearly. So I did have Dom and Carson next on this version. Like, Charlie is kind of just a two-time or like because like Charlie and Dominic, like generally, like their first appearances are pretty similar. If anything, like actually Charlie's game's probably more consistent, even though he has less win equity than Dom. Then obviously second appearance is kind of just like kind of nothing. But yeah, I'm feeling maybe this. Carson, Dom, Charlie. I think like in order of like win equity. Charlie, Dom, Carson, Charlie, Dom, Carson. Okay. Then after that, so on this version I had Lex and Rob, mainly because they got to final 3 with the odds to get to the end. But again, it feels like that's more of a game related thing. We do have Tom and Heidick here, which like I don't feel like that's the most egregious next to. These generally, it's like I feel like they're better than Lex and Rob. Like, I mean, actually with Brian, there's not even like really the argument of Brian is more so like, again, it's a spot where like from the game he played, there's not much to dock, but it's just a spot where it doesn't feel like his game is viable on any other season. But that's more speculative than anything. So yeah, I think I am leaning Tom and Brian now. I feel like Tina's better. I don't. I don't know. I don't feel like Tina's actually even that good. Like obviously she's a winner and that sort of thing, but like yeah, it's like I think Tina kind of sucks in Blood vs. Water. Even her Australia games one where like she's a bit too honor bound. Which I guess to be fair, Tom is too, but like Tom is at least good at challenges and that sort of thing. Okay. Yeah, I need to take off Tom and Brian from this version. Then we got Lex and Rob still there. We do have this Malcolm David Wentworth tier from the original list. We also have Savannah and Mike there. Huh. Wait, what happened when Angela's Angels, Lala, Mallory, Haley all make a Final Four? That'd be a funny alliance. That'd be a very funny Final Four, actually. Let's see. Yeah, which version do I want to give credence to? I feel like the options right now, I'm not really looking at Lex and Rob. I feel like these players are better. Like, I think right now I'm more so looking at this versus this. Yeah, Haley could never. That is true. Oh, Savannah's just a very difficult player to rank. Because, like, Savannah, like, her game is not that great. But it's like, again, on a player ranking, it's like the things that make her not great as a winning game kind of boost her as a player to a degree. Like the fact that she is so good at, like, a lot of the challenges that are out there. Like, the fact that she, she still does influence, like, certain votes. So it's like her and Mike are still, like, in that mold of, like, players that win out, but they're still controlling things along the way. And if anything, maybe they are into Tom Westman tier, actually. I think the problem of Rachel was in that tier in this version. I moved her down. I probably do agree with it still, just because, like, Rachel wasn't really controlling things. It's like Rachel wins out, but, like, she's not controlling things while she's winning out in the way that Savannah and Mike are. I actually feel like maybe I do this. Maybe I do Tom below. Because I feel like Tom, Savannah, Mike feel more similar. So yeah, I'm thinking Brian. And then we go Tom. Also, Brian's on here twice, I just noticed. Yeah, we go Tom, Savannah, and Mike, who are moving up quite a bit from this list, but I think that's fine. Just because this was a different criteria. Which again, that's kind of what this list is ending up being. It's like it's parsing through the two, like these major lists that we have, and just figuring out like which criteria I want to favor at what points. Because like for the most part, we are keeping the structure or like the tiers fairly similar. It's just a matter of like which version of the tiers are we doing. Or next phases of this list after stream. I mean, I'm not gonna finish this stream. This is it. Like this is the final phase. I'm not doing like this is literally the list I'm gonna make the video on. Is this like this is it? Really, this should like what we finished last stream should have been it, but I'm not happy with how that turned out. This is meant to be the final thing. This is mixing the last list we did end up being more of like a game ranking than anything. While the lists from beforehand were like kind of more potential based. Right now we're kind of like mixing those two things together into what I feel most like content with. I guess like again, is there going to be logic for every little thing? Probably not. Like genuinely, like I think there is going to be some like inconsistencies along the way, but that's just the way it fucking has to be for me to be okay with it. Because yeah, I think technically the last version of the list we made is the most consistent. I think it is the one that follows a certain criteria all the way to the end. The problem is I just don't like that list. Again, as I said when we finished it, it's like it's a spot where like someone could have that list and could justify that list, and like it would be like fine. Like you could logically explain that list, but I just don't like that list. Like I don't want that to be my list. So yeah, that's why we're doing one more phase. It's kind of like still have some of the takeaways we got from last list, but kind of structure in a way that I feel more okay with. So what we got Savannah and Mike. Where's Savannah and Mike on this one? They were like pretty low, right? Yeah. Seriously, I don't want cars in the top 10. Shockingly, no, I don't. I can't believe it, right? Get a notification about Lyric throwing away. What is that? Anyway, okay. I think I'm leaning Tina right now. Before we even get to these, I guess too I had Amber above Tina on this version. Okay, let me see something here. So like on this, I just want to see what the tiers are on these versions. I think that might help actually. It's like being able to visualize what all the tiers are from all these different versions of the list. Oh no, Mother Vive might not make top 10. Or not top 10, top 50, I mean. I can't believe it. Let's see. Oh, was it Colby, Ethan together, then Ozzy. What was this tier? Aris. I think it was these people, right? Okay. So I think we'll work with like these. See, after Mike Holloway, I do think Tina makes sense at this point. If anything, actually, maybe even Tina above Tom. Maybe put Tina with Brian. Not that they're really that comparable, though, is kind of the issue, but... But, like, Tom obviously has, like, one season that he kind of runs things, but even in these challenges... Yeah, I'm lean. Yeah, it's. I think Tina. Yeah. Okay. What? So Tina also is like here on this version. Which one do I agree with more? I think Tina's a better... like, she still does run Australian Outback. Jonathan 32 is depressing. Yeah, but I think I would sadly have to back that. She does kind of stumble her way to the win, doesn't she, though? Actually, I remember that's what this tier was, right? That's why, like, Amber and... Yeah, I kind of remember what this tier is now. Which I do think that's okay logic for that. Huh. What am I doing with Hatch also? I don't even know what I'm doing with Hatch. And these are tough because, like, they're players that, like, got to 4 with a lot of win equity and have other, like, decent enough appearances. But ultimately, they had no one that was taking them to the end. But I guess, like, to be fair, no one was taking, like, Mike to the end. Talking about Tina? Yeah, Tina was running pre-merge of Blood vs. Water. Mind you, a lot of that was pre-game, but yeah. Let's see. So I was comparing Tina, Australian Outback, to Amber, All Stars. Tina, Winners at War. I don't know. I actually do feel okay of having Tina and Amber fairly close to each other. It's actually, like, thinking through their, like, Survivor careers, it's not that far apart. It's like Winners at War and All Stars, like Winners at War Amber, All Stars Tina are similar. All Stars, Amber, Australian Outback, Tina are kind of similar. And then Blood vs. Water, Tina, and then Australian Outback, Amber. Which, like, I feel like that would lean Tina above Amber, but, like, I feel like they are kind of similar. In terms of their, like, total careers. What do I have? Yes, like, this is the order on this one. Then Yeah, I don't even have Amber in that tier on that one. I think Amber's too low on this version. This is probably a bit better. Dude, I'm never finishing this. We're only through 47 people, but whatever. Do I want to move Amber up that much, though? I think okay, so these players I think have to be above Mother Vive. Generally, Gavin and Devin might be a little higher. Where are they at here? They're over there. Dude, this is gonna take so long. I generally don't know what to do here. I think it's like kind of the thing I'm struggling with. There's just like, again, there's so many options. I think the contenders here are like, I think Devin and Gavin is an option. I think going with like some combination of this tier is an option. And I think this is the also tier that's an option. Like, generally, I'm kind of leaning this. Like the Natalie, Aris, Tina, Amber tier, but like that feels weird. It's like funny because like I've always shit on like Amber as a player, but like practically here it's like I don't think it's crazy to have Amber this high. Maybe I do go the Malcolm, David, Kelly Wentworth tier. I do feel like they're just a bit overrated. Like I just feel like Malcolm and Kelly in particular, I feel like are probably, they just feel a little too high, just because like there was no way they were getting to the end. Like on this version of the list, like they're not even in sight, right? Yeah, they're like all the way down here, which like maybe that's too low, but like, are they really that much better than like an Aussie coach, Colby, Ethan? It's like, I don't know if that's really even the case. But they do have multiple appearances. But even then, like Colby and Ozzy are closer to winning. What about Hatch also? Like Hatch is just kind of there. Where's Hatch on this version? Like, he's all the way down there. Which I think that's probably fair. Like, Hatch and Adam Klein. Like, Adam's down there. So if I did do this, like, these grouping, I think I would go Tina, Amber, are they really that much higher than a... Are they really that much higher than an Ethan, though? I guess to be fair, Ethan... Well, no, yeah, it's kind of a similar thing. What do I have Ethan in comparison to Tina? I do have Tina higher, right? And I guess Tina, like, was more dominant in Australian Outback. Like, I don't feel like it should be that big of a gap, though. Ethan versus Lex is kind of interesting. He's like, that's also a spot where, like, arguably Lex should be higher, right? Like, obviously Ethan wins the season, but, like, he planned on going to Lex and Lex would have beaten him. And then also on their second appearance, Lex outlasts Ethan there too. So it's like, in a way, Lex should be higher than Ethan. So if I did do this, I'd knock off him, Tina, Natalie, White, Amber. Danny would just be kind of left alone for under 8 streams to finish this list. I mean, it's not looking good. I was really hoping I would be able to do this, like, in a couple streams. Which, yeah, not looking great for that. I go all in on the over, probably. I kind of want to go just, you know, let's try to work on the bottom and see what I can get done here. I think I will move forward with what I was doing here. But then I think at this point, maybe I will... It's like looking at these tiers, like the all of Simone at the bottom. You got this is kind of a sub tier. Though Ashley's not in this version of it. Nina Porsche is randomly there. But then again, I feel like this feels more appropriate. These are all people that went to at least 2 tribals. Simone has smaller tribe. Like, I feel like this Like, this is kind of the tier of, like, really bad players, but there's kind of, like, the fact that they had some allies. That's kind of, like, the minor boost for them. Oh, these people are people that had one ally. Nina's kind of random there. I don't even know what the tiers are in this grouping. Yeah, so like John Lovett is an interesting figure here because like again, it's one where like he doesn't play that actively bad, but he also doesn't do anything actively right either. Or like you do have like a David Samson, Sekou, even Lindsay, who you can argue are more actively bad. Even like these players here. Who's at the bottom of this one? So you got like, again, these are kind of weird players. Those are there for being weak. Yeah, I'm just kind of fucked. This is just gonna take forever. Why move Matt Williams up 5 spots for Mallory HOH? Sure. Yeah, I saw the conversation of Haley and Angela talking about it. So, like, Simone is just a worse... Let's see. So, for breaking this up, you got, like, these 3. You got, like, Chicken and Ronnie, I guess. Kind of together. You have those 3. Actually, Shannon and them are higher on this version, right? Yeah. I think I'm leaning going with the David tier here, actually. The David, Sekou, Lindsay. Due to the fact that they're, like... Or maybe I do go Shannon, Drew, Nina. Are they really worse than Natalie Cole? Fuck, dude. I'm so fucked. I don't know. Maybe, okay, sure. Okay, I need to fully define what I'm doing with the bottom, I think is the thing. Because I think right now I'm still conflicted over the notion of how much do I factor in bad play and how much do I just do, like, how much of it is, yeah, like, focusing around the positives, or how much of it is, like, docking for, like, actively bad play, and, like, what is defining actively bad play? Because like you have someone like a Semhar who like doesn't do anything like actively bad, but also isn't like there's nothing good either. But again, does that make her worse than like a Shannon Elkins and a Drew? Yeah, I think that's fair. That, yeah, like I think the players that like people like a Semhar and that sort of thing, it's more likely that they're able to like squeeze their way to the merge somehow than someone like a Shannon Elkins who is like so self-destructive. I still think the bottom of this list is still fine. I think it's once we get to like really maybe it is just Semhar and like maybe Wanda here. And then I think like Eric is like kind of another, or Abraham is kind of another weird one. But like I still stand by this section here. Because like I think these players are all like really bad, plus also have nothing really that good to praise them for. I think probably same thing with like BB, Wendy Jo. Deb is kind of like a little bit more debatable. She's just like kind of awkward more than anything. I guess for Deb and Wendy Jo are probably more like people that like more likely people that could get dragged to the end as a goat. Let's see. I still do think Wendy Jo's really bad, though. I think the thing that's tough for me is like differentiating Deb here from Wendy Jo and BB. Should I just redo the bottom? I do have everything copied here, right? Let me just completely redo the bottom. I guess we'll copy this. Okay, actually, fuck. Okay, so that's a reset of the bottom. So when it comes to the bottom, I still think the Kel, like this being the bottom tier, is still perfectly fine to me. Yeah, so I think all that is still fine. Then I think this also is okay. So that's what, Candace. Where's Candace on this? Oh, and then Billy Garcia's right there. And Michelle and Jeremy. I think it's this tier is where maybe I'll shake some things up. missed somebody here. Cal. I missed Cal. And then this one. Alright, now that we're at this point, I do kind of just want to visualize the tiers here. So, we got Willard. So I think all of these, this is kind of just a block, but it probably shouldn't be. Then we got Marissa and Simone here, which is kind of a random grouping. Got these. Then yeah, Yasmin and Jacob there. Yasmin and Jacob. Yasmin and Jacob. And those are like second boots that aren't that good. Like, Marissa next feels okay to me. Like, yeah, I think the format definitely disfavored her, but, like, also, she does call out Brad Culpepper, and she still doesn't build any bonds. So, like, I still think she's, like, an actively bad enough player. But then in BB also, like, it's not like BB tries either. And, like, it's giving BB, like, I think this, like, version of the list is giving him, like, a tad bit of grace just because, like, he is so different from everyone else on his tribe. But, like, he also doesn't try. Maybe I go BB, Wendy, Joe, then Marissa, actually. Because, like, I feel like these players, and maybe Willard's actually bad too, but I feel like Willard with Jacob and them makes more sense. Yeah, I think I'll go BB and Wendy Joe as, like, kind of the actively bad old players. And also, they're just, like, at the bottom of a lot of these lists anyway. And then I would lean Marissa. Is Marissa just on her own? Like, okay, so, like, if we're talking about, like, actively bad players here at the bottom, it's like you got Marissa here, who I think is actively bad. You have Yasmin and Jacob, who are also not good, and I think Willard probably joins them. Then you have, like, the Shannon, Drew, Nina tier there. Abraham's just kind of a weird one because, like, he's kind of like a middle ground where, like, he did come off domineering, but also he had no shot on that tribe. So it's like you can claim he did some things wrong, but it's not like he was ever going to make it on that tribe anyway, based on the initial layout. Maybe I do go Marissa below, actually. Maybe Marissa is closer to the Candace. Like that tier. She's kind of just a somewhat unique player in the grand scheme of things. I got through 50 people and it's 4 a.m. I'm so fucked. Dude, actually, wait. Yeah, literally 50 people out of 751. So what is that? That's like a 1/15th, right? Only 15 more streams of this. Could be more relatable to people he had nothing in common with. This is not good. This is definitely not good. In the words of Joe Hunter, this is not good. Also, again, like if I do stream, I probably will stream tomorrow, but like it'll be late. Like again, I have stuff to do after work tomorrow and whatever. Anyway, like yeah, if I do stream tomorrow, which I probably will, it probably won't be until like 1 or so. So that's not great. Also, I'm going to be busy most of the day on Friday also. So that's not great either. So I'm a bit fucked, genuinely. Yeah. This is never getting finished. I might still try to do a little bit more tonight. I don't know. It is 4 a.m. Yeah. Let's see. Like, how simple can this be? Can I go with Wendy Joe here? I guess too for like Wendy Joe and Deb, it's like they you can argue they're actively bad just because like they just did not get along with anybody on the island. And like like with Wanda, it's like she annoyed everyone for singing, and she probably would have been the first boot anyway. Deb, wanted to build a shelter out of rocks. I think I will go Deb. Okay, I think I am still going to settle with Deb and Wanda here. I think I can still argue that. Even though, again, they're not as actively bad as some of the other players here. Or, like, up here. I do think the fact that they still failed to, like, build any real connections. And, like, also came off-putting to some people. I think is enough to put him here. So like I think I'll still go with this. Okay, did not mean to cut. And then I think I am gonna go with the. So essentially, I'm just doing what I was doing last time. For the most part, it's just like I guess not Semhar, not Abraham. What if Wanda was a quirky mastermind? Sure. Wanda barely even got to make an impression. I mean, she was there for a day. Like, that's something at least. And again, that's why she's at the top of this. Because, like, she's at least, like, someone you could say was, like, twist screwed. But she also sucks anyway. And she's not bottom 10. She's not even bottom 11. She's 12 from the bottom. Good for her. But yeah, I think now we go with the Jacob, Willard, Yasmin tier. I think I still go through with that here. Who was it? Deb, and then it was Wanda, and Willard. Okay. And then here. Okay. So now comparing the tiers. I guess I'll move some more down. This is probably the next like actively bad tier of players. The Shannon, Drew, Nina, Porsche. Let's see. Chicken's kind of on his own here. Actually, Chicken and Ronnie I had together. I'm trying to remember Ronnie, though. Did Ronnie do that much actively wrong? Not really, right? It's funny that fucking Bono is here. Like this low. Okay. So Shannon Elkins versus Abraham is kind of an interesting thing where like Abraham, like Shannon Elkins was at least able to find some allies. Abraham didn't. But also he was on a small tribe and didn't have many options to begin with. I actually feel like maybe like Shannon Elkins and Drew shouldn't even be together. Or maybe they should. I mean, I guess to be fair, Drew did throw the immunity challenge where he got voted out, so that's pretty bad also. Yeah, I think I probably do just go Drew, Shannon here. So I'll get rid of Drew and Shannon. And then... I would know where they're at in this one. They're like a decent chunk higher, right? Shannon's there. Drew is there. And then... do I just drop off Abraham at this point? Where's Abraham on this one? He's kind of higher. I don't really even see... what the fuck was I doing with this first list? Like, it just feels like a lot of just random people there. I don't even know what the fuck that structure is. Or at least I can, like, see a structure of these other ones. I think Nina I'm ending up putting with this tier. Chicken is there, kind of on his own. Then you have the first boots that are like bad but have allies. John Lovett's kind of on his own. These are then also options. So this is kind of a consistent grouping, kind of. I guess not in this one. Wait, why the fuck is Geo here twice? Wait, and TK's there twice. What? Why? Whatever. should rank them both twice, clearly. Just double check. It is right. Did I delete some? I must have accidentally deleted someone on these versions for Geo and TK to be there twice. Who did I delete? You know what? We'll figure that out eventually. I think I'm leaning. So, like, I think this tier is probably below. Well, actually, no, maybe not. Christine's pretty bad, genuinely. I think Paloma, Rachel, Nina Costa's also kind of bad. Reem's kind of questionable. Chicken's kind of like passively bad. Chicken and Abraham are kind of like similar-ish, but not really. Like, I would probably have Simone. The problem is Simone had no allies by the end, though. So that's kind of an issue. I guess Simone's just like a worse version of this Jillian tier. Actually, an Ashley Mazzaro. Where's Ashley Mazzaro? Yeah, I think maybe that should be closer together. Like Simone, Ashley Mazzaro, Jillian, Natalie Cole. The problem is that Simone's not even that bad. Like, that's kind of the... Like, she's kind of the epitome of this player that's, like, doesn't do that much actively wrong. Though just, like, doesn't do anything right either. To where I generally don't know how to assess that. I guess to be fair, like, Abraham is worse. And since that Abraham at least did come off confrontational. Or, like, not confrontational, domineering, I mean. Yeah, I am thinking Abraham next. I'm thinking Abraham. I think I am going to go with these. Like, I think I'm going to go something like this as the next grouping. So it's like you got these players who had no allies. Actually, if anything, Simone probably swaps with Semhar. I guess Semhar at least did have, like, Ozzy wanting to keep her around. And, like, she's not actively bad. Simone had no one wanting to keep her around. So maybe I do keep it like that. Yeah, I'm thinking that as the next, like, sub-tier. Simone there. Where's Semhar? Watch it just be Semhar. That's missing. It actually is. That's actually kind of funny. Alright, that didn't take long to find that. Is Semhar also the one that's missing from here? Dude, what the fuck? Okay, it literally was just Semhar. Like, the entire thing was just Semhar. Okay, cool. Well, there we go. That solves that. Semhar. And Simone. Or Simone there. Okay. Now... See, what do I do with John Lovett? Jonathan getting out first despite looking really fit. Must mean he was off on the island. Which Jonathan? Jonathan Libby? Which... Yeah. I don't know where I put Jonathan Libby on this, genuinely. Like, yeah, I put him with the unknowns. Which really is just him and Courtney at this point, but... Still. Okay, wait, so... I think the problem with going this route is if Simone and Semhar are here, why aren't Nicole and Katrina also here? Because are they any different? Like, Simone is just this, right? Like, Simone is just Katrina and Nicole. And I guess, like, Nicole, you could say maybe was, like, this favored by pregame. But, like, Katrina doesn't really have, like, much of anything. See something also. Those are together. That's together. Banu's on his own because it's Banu. And that's... Like, at least Janet, Leslie, Diane had some people not wanting them to go. I am leaning towards them next. But again, I think the issue comes from the fact that at that point, what makes, like, John Lovett that much better? And, like, Zach Wartenberger. To where maybe I should have more of a gap there. Maybe it should just be... And maybe Simone and Semhar should just be higher. Let's go back to... Okay, let's go back to that. Yeah, you know what? Let's go back to the top because we'll surely get more done there now. Should I just end? I'm fucking tired. Genuinely, I probably should just end. I'm not making much progress at this point. We're at 57 people. We're getting more people done per... Like, considering I didn't start this until fairly late, it's like... getting more people done a stream than the last phase. Again, we're getting 50-something people done. Like, that's better than the 30-something we were getting, but yeah, obviously I need to be making more progress than this. But yeah, at least I have like a little bit more time. I mean, like, so I'm working on the, what's it called, the my year in gaming video. which will probably take at least until the weekend. So we do have some time. The problem is I'm not gonna, again, I might not be able to stream until late tomorrow, and then I'm not even sure about Friday. So, and then, yeah, Saturday also I won't be able to stream until, yeah, late that day too. So, yeah, it's not looking good. This isn't good, in the words of Joe. But hopefully we're able to make some more progress. Maybe I'll try to be thinking throughout the day of like how to solidify the criteria, like what I should be doing. So maybe it'll be a bit quicker tomorrow, but yeah, again, I'll be back tomorrow. I mean, yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Again, I won't be able to start until probably somewhere like 1 o'clock or so. So it'll be a bit late. But yeah, we'll probably be here for like 3 hours or so, and we'll see how much we can get done. I mean, hopefully more than today. We'll see. Either way, that's it for tonight, I guess. So yeah, thank you for watching. See you tomorrow.